Good numbing. Hello YouTube, I hope you're all doing well. We're back with more Genshin. Today, I thought this icon was kind of cool, but now I find it kind of annoying. I wish these icons weren't here. They've expanded the map though. That's what we're here for, not me yapping away. We've got the Volcano finally available to us, and the last tribe, the Collective of Plenty, is located there. Right next to it as well. There's also this down here, which, click on it please, is to the new artifact set, the Knight's Long Oath to increase plunging and a whole paragraph of other stuff. And this one is for an alternate for cryo. And we don't know yet because this set is only evolved, and we don't know how it's going to be. But I wouldn't be surprised if this finale of the Deep Galleries is Skirk's set. So keep that in mind for anyone who's interested in getting Skirk later on. That might be Skirk's set. Because we know that she... Well, I say we know. From leaks, we know that she's cryo. We know she's a cryo DPS. But it's going to be an interesting one, if so. Because read that 4-piece set. Has zero. When you have 0 elemental energy, the attack damage increased by 60, burst damage increased by 60. After the equipment character deals normal attack damage, the aforementioned elemental burst effect will stop applying for 6 seconds. After the equipment character deals burst damage, the aforementioned normal attack effect will stop applying for 6. This effect can trigger even if the equipping character is off field. So they just have a buff, like an initial buff sort of thing. Whilst this one in comparison is plunging charged elemental skill to an opponent. They will get 1 or 2 stacks of radiant everlasting. Why did I say 1 or 2 or 2? I wonder what that is about. Contributes 1 second, radiance everlasting punch attack. Yep. It's counted independently. Oh, that might be where it's 1 or 2 or 2 because it's independent counts for each skill. But yes, as always, this stream is going to... I'm going to try and get this all done in one, but there's a lot to do, because we've got the actual exploration, and then, you know, we've got the new Tribal Chronicles. Additionally, I already clicked on it, but I got a letter from Charlotte when I logged in today. Like, it said basically, the Court of Fontaine is like, hey, we miss you guys. I was like, yeah, I miss you guys too.
The compulsion to follow the light. And human...
But I digress. Let's get a move on and start heading towards the new land. I mentioned it, admittedly, like 3 months ago, but in terms of streams, like 2 or 3 streams ago, that moving forward, any Natlan-centric streams, I will use this cast, the Mualani, Kashina, Sitlali, and Moika. I still have my main gang. The only thing is that where I've been grinding in Natlan to speed things up, I've swapped out Eula with Sitlali for now. When I leave Natlan, I'll swap straight back, assuming Skirk isn't, like, OP as shit. If Skirk is phenomenal, then sorry Eula, you've been benched forever, and now my oldest long-lasting character is Raiden Shogun. But for now... Because Sitlali is just really helpful, because what I've been doing is, any day I need to burn my dailies, I've been grinding here. Just to build up books, just so I have the talent books for whatever character I need to get if I decide to roll for more characters here. The only trouble is that the enemies are annoying, and the easiest way to deal with them is that when you're in that domain, you get a bonus for being under Night Soul. So I literally just I enter, tap R2, and then swap to whatever. But welcome to the last corner of the region. As always, our target's going to be the actual main statue of the 7 first, and then we will start expanding out our exploration. It's also worth mentioning that there's technically 2 areas, because similar to the Chasm, and I suppose Enkanomiya, and I suppose the Seas of Bygone Era, there is a subsection that's underneath that we will try and get to as well.
Right here.
What do we have here? A secret source dragon cannon. It might have once been part of a dragon statue mechanism, but now the only section that could be considered the dragon's head remains. It fires projectiles through its cannon muzzle at those who trigger it. It's if you charge at the muzzle with immense power, you can strike a powerful blow. Oh, so I need the new pet. Attackers don't destroy score points. Yeah, but I need the new pet. The Tatankasaurus. When a Tatankasaurus is sprinting, it consumes phlogiston to perform a quick charge. When a charging Tatankasaurus hits an obstacle and is obstructed, or if you tap the skill button, it will enter the spirited state. In this state, tap sprint again to trigger a faster second sprint. Okay, so just sprint around like a madman in this thing. That's how he works. Whoops. God, these guys fucking book it. Oh, what's happening? Oh, am I getting absorbed into a world quest? Of course I fucking am. Oh, chosen of dragons. The sacred mountain lies before you. If that is, you could... how am I supposed to read that? Enter the sacred mountain. That text scroll was way too quick. Oh, hey, a waypoint. Did the volcano just erupt? No. It's been super duper quiet. Did you see it erupt? Hey, me, Soma? What's up? What's with those faces? Man, we've been in Natlan so long, like, I'm just sitting like, oh yeah, right, we did call him Soma, because it wasn't that long since I did Dawn of Sorrow when we did it, and it's been that fucking long. Ooh. How long has it been? This is 5.5, 6 weeks per update, so 2 updates is around 3 months, and it's been 5 updates, so like, around 7 months since we started Natlan? Ooh. I think that's part of the reason why I feel like Natlan's been so underwhelming. Because like we've been here for so long, yet there's I really don't think about it. Like it doesn't stick out in my memory, or it's like something that I remember and go, oh yeah, right, that bit. It's just kind of like when we're here and streaming in Natlan, I'm like, oh yeah, right, these things. You know, like it's very situational memory. Well, it's Fontaine. Like every single patch that came by, I was like, oh boy, what shenanigans are we up to this time? I miss Navia. I miss the whole Fontaine gang so bad. But I know a lot of it was just because Fontaine as a whole was just so amazing. And Natlan, although I'm not as aggressive against Natlan as some people are, some people really fucking despise this nation. I just think this nation is nothing special, and I think that's its biggest problem. Like, it has a cool mechanic and a cool system of all the pets and whatnot, but it just feels kind of misplaced in this nation as a whole. Coming to see a depressed monster. Yeah, we got near the volcano, and both Soma and I got a vision of it erupting. You look like a pair of detectives from a light novel who suddenly realized the truth about the killer. Yes, it was... there it is. The true identity of the cake murderer is Paimon. Oh, no, there's a lot of reasons I don't like it. Like I said, for me, I don't hate it. I just think it's very just there. Like, it's just kind of okay. Yeah, I was literally talking about this. It's like it's crazy because him being called Soma kind of dates when 5.0 came out, because we just finished Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow when 5.0 came out, and so I called him Soma because that's the name of the protagonist of that game. And you know, Dominus Collection was, oh, I don't know, last summer. Like, it dates how long we've been here. Speaking of dates. As of this patch, we are exactly 12 weeks, so give or take around 3 months, from Skirk coming out. darn it, how did you know? Paimon was certain no one saw him eat Little Miss Cake. Oh, just kidding. Paimon actually stole the blazed meat stew. So, wait, what did you just say? I saw the volcano erupting. So you saw some weird words again? And some strange images? So, you saw some strange words before. Paimon didn't see anything. So she can't be sure, but might they have been written by the same person? I think that's the case, yes. I don't know if this was wrong to me. Oh, yeah, right, because you mod the shit out of this fucking game, don't you? It's a bit fishy, but at the same time you saw a giant section of ruins, a broken city in the abyss. Excuse me. And some sacred mountains, Don't the Natlanese call the volcano the sacred mountain? Could it be what you saw has something to do with the volcano? Paimon can't shake the feeling that the person who united us with Soma really wants us to go there. Do you think we can help the little one remove his, what do you call, Flame Lord's blessing? You know, if we get to that mountain? Rawr! Let's go there. Gotta help you grow big and strong after all. Now, you know what my favourite mods are? Is when there's like a little fella, like a Paimon or like Chip in Sonic Unleashed, and they replace them with the chibi Hatsune Miku. Brownie points if they go the extra level and use like the voice coding modular to like replace all the voice lines with like Miku's voice, like they did in the Unleashed mod. Playing the whole of Sonic Unleashed, and every single one of Chip's lines is like re-recorded, quote unquote, but it's just Hatsune Miku, and it's really funny when you get to the end and it's like Chip sacrificed himself to save Sonic, and his last word is just a very soft Sonic. But from Hatsune Miku, you just hear Sonic, and then it goes from it, and it's like, okay, sorry. I'm sure I didn't watch her first. But yeah, I'll bring it up again since you're here. We don't know this for certain, it's just likely, but this new domain, this artifact set, Finale of the Deep Galleries, there's a decent chance this is Skirk's artifact set. Also, we don't know because we don't know Skirk's kit, but it's suspicious that this is just added. It has the same color scheme and design motif as Skirk's costume, and Skirk we know is a cryo character, and this boosts cryo. There is a pretty solid chance that this is her artifact set. Listen, we don't know until she's out, or like until it's closer to the time, but we're getting closer. You know, if this artifact set is actually hers, we're getting closer, because it means they're far enough along development to have confidence in what she'll be like and what will benefit her. And also, the new characters right now is Veressa and Iansun for 4 stars. And the reroll, or the rerun, is Shunyan. Veressa has the luxury, I say luxury, of having a brand new character model. They didn't just use the standard adult female. I don't know what they're calling it, but the easiest way to put it is just thicker thighs adult female. I know it's supposed to be quote-unquote like slightly chubbier because she's a foodaholic. And like that's a part of her character, that she is like this complete foodie. But I can't stress enough, I looked at the character like model sheet and I was like, it's just the same as a normal adult female, just thicker thighs. That's the only difference. We call it the Riser model. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we will call it the Riser model. Speaking of Riser, Riser's in the fucking Dynasty Warriors mobile game now. They announced it yesterday and I was like, what the fuck? There is a real absence of music I'm noticing here. Why? I don't know. Considering it's the mobile game, it's probably infinitely easier to like code in because it's, you know, it's like a top-down with like reduced mechanics and whatnot. So it's like, infinitely easier to just put in like collab characters. Oh, the Statue of the Seven's way the fuck over there. Come on, Seat Lolly. What the heck's this? It does look like a fire rock, sure, but I gotta see. Oh, it is literally like fire rocks. That was not my priority. A Dragonite? Oh, Dracolite. Okay, I was gonna say, what the fuck? He's gonna go mobile game soon. What did their symbol look like? Okay, purplish. But if I go to character archive, you see what I mean? Like, it's kind of not that different. She's just got a bit more of an hourglass figure and her thighs are thicker. And, like, that's it. This is the new, like base, like, new character model. Well, this is the new character, but you know what I mean. Luckily for Vanessa, she's cute as shit. Oh, here we go. Here's foodaholic joke. No. Combo close. Biggest thing I wish Hoyoverse would fix is every time a new patch comes through, it resets your world permissions. I always have it on reject. Don't fucking join me. You can talk to me, but don't fucking join me. I treat this as a single-player game, and I plan to keep it that fucking way. Oh, there's the music. Beautiful piano. What the shit? What am I on Death Mountain? Legend of Zelda? What the fuck? What the fuck's this? What the heck is that? A Matador Monitor? A fucking Matador? Mischievous Munitu, seen near the Collector Plenty, seems to enjoy playing pranks, constantly waving the flag to attract the Tankosaurus' charges. But it also seems capable of stopping regular charges. Perhaps performing a second sprint is the key to knocking it down. You ever see a Munitu standing atop rocks or taunting you, don't hesitate to charge straight at it. Something good might happen. So we've literally got to charge at it like a bull. Dude, these Matadors are not the quickest motherfuckers on the planet. Alright. I was trying to shoot the same video, I just spiraled this to single player. Oh yeah, but that's the whole point of Spiral Abyss. This big final gauntlet challenge. Oh, whilst we're on the topic, because we just added this map, 5.6, the next patch, I don't know what the fuck's going on with that patch, but it is, like, kind of weird right now, from what we can tell. What I mean is, they're expanding the map here in Natlan a little bit, not, like, major expansion. They're literally going to add a couple islands into the water here and there. And apparently they're adding a weekly boss in Mondstadt, like, somewhere here. Not like a mine, it's like a whole, like, weekly boss, like, major little story beat, like, thing over here. And I'm like, what? What the fuck's going on in 5.6? Which, if that ends up true, begs the question, how the fuck are they getting Skirk into this mess? Because I thought Skirk was going to be the weekly boss when she becomes playable in 5.7. But no, apparently the weekly boss is going to be in Mondstadt for 5.6. And they're adding a couple small islands, like, just here in the map. And to top it off, from this fucking Mr. Worldwide, you know what the next patch is also adding? A fucking Fontaine character. So what's going on? It's adding Aoife and I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but they're adding Aoife, like this Natlan bloke, but they're also adding, I think that name's like Kofier or something like that, who is a Natlan girl. The little islands that are adding to Natlan, I believe, are to set up the last major map expansion we're probably getting either with the Skirk patch or in 5.8. I assuming it'll be with the Skirk patch. But there is one more island, like the Mare Jave, or whatever it's called, or the Mare Jave, that's yet to be added. That we've heard about constantly. We've heard about it over here. We heard about it a lot in Octanatlan. So we know there is like a map like that's still to come. But yeah, it's just kind of like the next patch, at least right now, seems hella fucking weird. It's just like, what's going on here? Oh, but there's a new world boss, by the way, over here. How do we access you? Is it like is the tunnel like here? Right, for one way Sorens. Be harsh, but now it's still one of my least favorite arcs. I mean, I like the story arc by the end. I've mentioned before, my biggest problem with it is that it's kind of 3 acts of nothing, and the war kicks off and is really cool and interesting, and then Act 5 is pretty cool, and if you care about the lore beyond Natlan, like the general lore of Genshin, the deliverance is fucking beautiful. Getting to see like this actual shade of death, getting to learn more about Khaenri'ah, everything to do with Capitano is peak. Like, it's all super cool. It's just let down by the fact of, to be blunt, this is the most whatever region to explore since Leeway. It's just mountains. You know? It's just mountains. The only difference is you have these little creatures you can possess to do it. So it just kind of is whatever. And what doesn't help it as well, and like, I do think people kind of overlook this, but I think it is worth mentioning. It immediately follows Fontaine. And sometimes any new content that immediately follows something that's highly regarded as some of the best content of the game is always going to be seen as less, even if it's not actually that bad. So for this to also just be kind of okay. Okay, now I need to charge into that. For this to be sorry, my throat's going a little bit. For this to just be kind of okay, but immediately be after, like, some of the best fucking content Genshin's had, makes it more apparent. Like, it makes it feel like it's a lot worse off sort of thing. I still think this region's okay. I still think this region is somewhere in the middle. Like, I prefer this easily over Leeway. It's more interesting, got more going on than Mondstadt. And I fucking despise exploring Sumeru, so it's easily better than that one. So it's somewhere near the middle because I prefer Inazuma's story. I say that I prefer most of Inazuma's story. Inazuma's ending is horrendously rushed, and I fucking hate that. I prefer Inazuma's region infinitely because Inazuma has some of the best world building. And Fontaine's just a 10 out of 10, so it gets brownie points to that. The real thing I'm kind of curious about more now, honestly, is where we're going next. It's the whole going to Dottoro's evil fortress, you know? Oh, okay, I kind of see how this works. I feel like if it ends up being the entirety of the next series of patches, you know, like the Dottore thing, I think they're going to use that opportunity to, like, start cleaning up the rest of the map. Because, you know, as I've mentioned many times before, there are various locations in all the previous regions that have yet to be expanded that are still waiting on said expansion. And if they're going to, like, not go straight to Sumeru for, like, a patch, I think it makes sense to use that opportunity to add, like, all these other locations. Yeah, the whole nod cry stuff. I'm curious, like, leakers and doomsayers and everything that says keep on, like, saying different things, so I'm just kind of not listening to them. But, there is a lot of discussion about whether Nod Cry is the entirety of the 6-point series, or whether it's just the prologue into Sumeru. I personally think it's going to be more the latter. If it is the former, it is what it is. And like I said, 6-point series would then just be more of an opportunity to start expanding older areas. But I am very curious what the game plan is with it. Like, what's the end goal? Like, if it is the prologue to Snezhnaya, then like, what's going to happen in Nod Cry to justify us then immediately going to Snezhnaya from there? But if it's its whole own thing, then what's Dottore fucking up to? You know? And I appreciate your optimism for a story beat we know nothing about. I hope it's good. I think it will at least be interesting, because it's not like, go explore a new region. It's go hunt down a bad guy, basically. Oh, yeah, if you're either, like, in the Tatankasaurus, or you're playing as Varessa or Janssen, you can sprint through these gates to get huge boosts. But I'm not rolling for either of them, because I am on the binge saving. I've got 83 rolls. I've got a lot of primos, to be fair, but I've got 83 rolls, and I'm building up slowly but surely in preparation for Skirk. Name is Nod Cry. It sounds middle as fuck. Yeah, true. Well, all we know about Nod Cry is that it's on the edge of Snezhnaya, so it will probably be very snowy, because the whole of Snezhnaya is supposed to be under a white blanket. And we know that Dottore's big, giant metal fortress is in there. Speaking of giant metal, what the fuck's this down here? Or say metal mechanical fortress. There's also, like, it seems like he's trying to make his own element, like, you know, his old blasphemy of the gods bullshit.
Get to work.
So there is a chance we won't know at all until closer to the time. But there is a chance that they will use that to start, like, teasing an abyssal mechanic or system or idea. This was very Sly Cooper. Yeah. What, Nod Cry or what we're doing right now? Speaking of Sly, I need to, I do want to do Sly 2 eventually. It was originally my plan to do it, I kid you not, like, last December. But it just, you know, other things took over. And then you guys voted for Time Splitters. Which we then finished in like 2 hours. Which I was like, what? Why?
Off we go.
Says no. I mean, there is a lot going on. Dottore would absolutely try something, I feel. But I don't think he'll be the one that gets away with it if he does. Like, I feel like there is some plots and schemes under the hood of Snezhnaya with a lot of the Fatui Harbingers. Like, a lot of them, I think, are, like, in it for themselves to some extent. And it only takes one of them stealing all the Nosai once all the Gnosises are in one place. What are you doing right now? Oh, fair, no worries. But, for me, like I said, my point of reference... I guess it just stopped here. Oh, no, it didn't stop here. Bye, buddy. My point of reference is their names. Because I've mentioned before, all of their names, or all of their titles, I should say, are in direct reference to the Camel d'Art, the Italian opera. And from that, you can figure out a lot about what's going on. Oh, the thing is with Dottore is that he's already been nerfed willingly because of the agreement he made with Nihida. The only reason he got a hold of both Inazuma and Sumeru's Nosai is because he made a soul pact agreement with Nahida to dispose of all of his clones. Oh, no, yeah, you should never just trust naming conventions. But equally, if you're going to title people over very specific roles in a specific opera, people are going to look up that opera and see if there are any parallels. And so far, every single fucking Harbinger has had parallels to their Comel d'Art perception. It's always a alternate, like, slightly twisted version, so it's not exactly, but the references and connections are there. It's why everyone ships Arlecchino and Colombina, and it's why everyone thinks Arlecchino and Colombina are going to betray the Harbingers. Because in the story, the Arlecchino and the Arlecchino runs away with the Colombina to betray the Pielo, and the Pielo is what the leader of the Harbingers is called. Making more. I mean, I suppose, but I feel like the reason why they made a point of saying that was to emphasize that, you know, Dottore is, by the loosest definition of the word, has a flaw, like has like a chink in his armor now. He has a way of being defeated that he won't just have infinite fucking clones. All we know is that the real Dottore is kind of old, or like real not clone Dottore is kind of old. And that there's probably at least one other clone unaccounted for that's kind of doing its own thing. But we've known about, like, there is a stray clone doing what it wants that no one knows where it is or what it's doing since before Sumeru. But that also hasn't been brought up since, so God knows. But there's at least 2 Dottores running around still. The real one and a clone that basically went AWOL. And what's wild is, like, they teased the AWOL Dottore alongside the Sumeru tease, so everyone, you know, within reason, assumed we would see that AWOL one, you know, in Sumeru, and we didn't. We did see a Dottore, but what we saw was just, you know, any other Dottore, either real or clone potential. It wasn't the AWOL one. Which is why it's kind of like, okay, then what was the point in teasing that one? Have a treasure chest? Is it getting it from under the lava? Where are we going? Oh, you're supposed to trust Elise. Yeah, Dottore is comparable to, like, the court jester that's secretly planning the assassination of the king. Obviously, like, I'm exaggerating a little bit there. It's not quite, like, that blunt, but it's the easiest comparison to make that people go, oh, alright. We have another oh, no, it's a mechanism. Oh, you're back again. A coagulated pedestal. It seems to be a byproduct of the ancient dragon's research on phlogiston. After activating a coagulated pedestal, it can convert liquid phlogiston within a certain region to solid. Something with this, maybe. Dottore is the one that's most openly in it for himself. And the only reason he joined the Sarisa is because it could literally further his research. But also, equally, most of them are in it for themselves. Just what you see. I mean, like, the Rooster, he's the mayor of the main city. Like, obviously, like, the goddess and mayor, different things. But he's the mayor of the city. He uses his rank to help us assert power and maintain, politically, his position by being too powerful to oppose. So he's a part of the Harbingers for himself. The great Regiter, or Regrator, or however you pronounce his fucking name, he runs the fucking bank. He used his financial assets to buy himself into the Harbingers. He's also in it for himself because it's pedigree. there's a thing is like there is another like scientist type. I always forget what she's called because the damselette is Columbina. It's the other one, the other kind of like quiet, like slow lady, wrong word, shy lady. Sorry. As if the ones that we recognize, don't trust what you see. Actually, I can quickly find out. No, that's what I want. I want just characters. Where is Arlie? Marionette. The marionette is the other like mad scientist, like super smart one. And the marionette's interesting because she doesn't walk anywhere. She sits on the hand of a giant mech she built. His mortality is clones, yeah. Like, she's carried everywhere, but like this giant Fontanian-esque mech. And she's like a lady of very few words. Like, something crazy will happen and she'll go, how quaint. But apparently, like, she's kind of dangerous. I have little interest in her. She's extremely passionate about her research and does not appear in public often. In fact, many of her officers have yet to see her at all. Compared to, let's say, someone who'd go as far as to create segments of themselves to better wander across the land, I suppose you could say that she is at the other end of the extreme. Arlecchino, when she says that, is referring to Dottore as well. She's saying that she is another extremely mad scientist, but in the opposite direction of Dottore. Take that as you will. I mean, like, so we'll have to see. Obviously, we don't know. Also, either way, Dottore's still a bastard because he wanted orphaned children to be sent to his lab to be mass experimented on, which is how Coley ended up there to begin with. And when Arlie took over, she basically told him to fuck off because, like, she realized how inhumane that was. Oh, I've been just reading Impossible Delusion Magic to full all-seeing Archon, I suppose. Oh, Regrader.
I won't deny that he is a capable and imaginative individual, but he lacks clarity. He can formulate grand plans and manipulate the economy with ease, yet at the same time, he allows his actions to be governed by the vengeance and hatred locked in the depths of his heart. Rational people often believe themselves capable of controlling their emotions, but I believe that confidence is their greatest weakness.
For Sundown's protagonist. Like the good old days after... No. Anyway. Oh, can we go further down now? Like, this is all rocked over? Is that what this is about?
Rev the engines!
It's funny, I'm riding a motorbike in this, and there's a, like, non-zero chance tomorrow in Yumiya I'll get the motorbike in that. So it's gonna be, like, 2 fucking games in a row, but I'm just riding around a motorbike. Which isn't spoilers, because that's literally in all the fucking promotional material. The fucking Yumiya bike. Or the Priscilla. So what is actually down here other than just freezing, I say freezing, hardening over this and that treasure chest? Oh shit. kind of refute Chino's claims? I mean, not really. Because it's not like it's a quantifiable, provable, or disprovable thing. It's just two different perspectives of the same, of different problem, or like there's a similar-ish problem. That's a very, like, I think that's too, you're thinking about it too linear for something that is ultimately just personal opinion. If that's even the right word for it, but you know what I mean. And also, we don't know Regreta, so Arlie's perspective might become from how she sees Regreta. I mean, we did, but it doesn't suddenly prove or disprove anything. It doesn't quite work like that. With Mizuki's whole thing, it was in, like, their dream realm. Why did the camera fucking do that? But you're also asking me to, like, immediately remember something from, like, 6 weeks ago. Like, I slept since then. I don't remember the details off the top of my head. The reason I'm not going to answer that further is just because I would need to double check it, and I'm not 100% sure. Oh, if you're asking for my opinion as a psychologist, but no, it's always more complicated than how it seems. Every individual is affected radically different, and how something affects one person, it can never be quantifiable for everyone else, which is why everyone's perspective and opinion on the matter can be as valid and invalid as each other. Because on one hand, yeah, some people, the people who act the most composed tend to have the biggest demons, or they convince themselves they're so composed so much that their actual problems they don't even notice until it's too late. Or it becomes a weakness, chink in the armor that someone else can exploit. Which is what Arlie was referring to with Regreta. Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm not sure I 100% understand what you're asking. I don't know the premise of psychological theory. Is it possible to fully control your emotions through something like, say, dissociation? No. Just straight up no. You can get close to it. You can have it ordered, but to keep absolutely everything in check 24/7, even the best or the most level-headed people have their moments. Everyone has a limit, and it's a limit they can't control. Like, even theoretically, it should still be a no. Because it's because the trouble is that your id will always fight you, and no matter how strong your ego is to balance it out, your rationale, your reason, your id develops in your brain first. So there's always going to be an impulse, and that impulse can affect so much of your emotions, and is literally like the only thing in your brain, regardless of how your brain develops, that will always be there. And anytime you lose control of your moments or like flip out over something, that's your id winning, because your id was there first. Your ego, and I have to emphasize, when we're talking about id and ego, we're not talking about ego as in like arrogance. We're talking ego as in like brain matter. But your ego is what like keeps you in check. Your id is I want the thing. Your ego is but do I need the thing? That's the easiest way to put it. And your superego is what then makes the decision between them. It's the balancing act or the scales between them. But the trouble is, because they always exist to different extents, but the ego develops second, the id will always be present in your mind. Because for those like your id starts developing at birth because it has to, because it's instinct. You're as a newborn baby, you need to have the instinct to turn towards your mother when she tries to feed you. For example, you need to have the instincts to, not basically to not die. But when you're about 3 or 4 years old, that's when your ego starts to develop, your rationale. But because it develops second, that's the thing that can sometimes either be flawed or not quite the way it should be, or depending on your brain characteristics or development, can just manifest in different ways. Some people just naturally, through their brain chemistry, have extremely high ego and over-rationalize everything. You'll tend to find that it's common with a fair number of autistic people, that their ego is super fucking high versus their id, so they will over-rationalize everything. Or over-explain or overthink everything. I mean, I literally do it all the time.
Pyroclastic surge! Rev the engine!
But equally, there are people that have extremely little. And it's one of the things that is kind of annoying, but it's one of those things that people always have to, like, make a point of bringing up, because in technicality, yes, it can be an influence to it, but it's never that simple. People are quick to bring up that people who have very low ego, becoming much more instinctive, tend to be like thieves, tend to be more likely to commit crime, because they will just do it impulsively without thinking of the consequences. And although, yes, technically that is true, but Jesus Christ, that doesn't mean all people who have high id or low ego are fucking criminals, you know? Some people are impulsive, but are in funny, comical way, where they just say what's on their mind a lot, or are funny, impulsive, and just, like, kind of go, whatever. That doesn't mean they just rob shit. It's just a world quest, I think. Oh, just time when guys have been done for. Hold on a second, I need to go around those useless idiots first. Everyone wants to think they're all safe. And then, like I said, your super ego develops a little later-ish, where it's your brain rationalizing it. It will look at what your id wants and looks at what your egos wants and decides what's best. Which is why it develops last, because it needs both your id and ego to be developed enough for your super ego to process them properly. So it doesn't just become a jumbled mess. Action and monsters in a couple of moves. Okay, yeah, this is the world quest. You saved the squad leader. That's a debt I haven't much to offer in repayment for, but please take this small gift as a token of gratitude. Seriously, Tislo, have you always been this stingy? That's all you're giving to the people who saved your life? There's a bug in my room. What the fuck? Hey, get out of here. No, don't try and... Hey! Gotcha. Alright, 1 second. I'm just gonna put this bug out my window. I'm back. But yeah, to kind of like wrap up my point, ultimately, your id always develops first, so you're always going to have a degree of impulse. That degree of impulse is the reason why you can be 99.999 reoccurring whatever percent in control of your mood and emotions, but you'll never be 100% true, because your id always exists. Your impulse always exists. It's just how good you are at rationalizing it and reasoning it in the moment can push it further and further away, but you can never get rid of it, because if you were born without id, you'd die. Because you would have no instinct. You wouldn't suck on your mother's teats to have milk. You would just die. You would just exist. If that, you know? So because that has to be a part of your development, it has to be something you're born with and has to exist, it's physically impossible for you to have 100% control because your id will always be there. And on a slightly scarier note, if you've ever seen like those really like egregious like lobotomies, like those ones from like the 1920s or 30s, where like after someone has it, they're like dead to the world, barely say anything, kind of mumble through every step and do nothing. That's what someone without id would be like. That's the easiest way to compare it. Someone who's just completely like one track monotone, dead, no thoughts, head empty, nothing is fucking going on in between those eyes. That is you without id, because you have no instincts, so you have no craving for knowledge, you have no craving for emotion, you have no existence or anything, you just are. So that's with it, Fairs. They're willing refuse to eat a meal for a couple of days. Yeah, that's either your id winning, that you like fought off your ego, because your ego would have been saying eat for fuck's sake, or it's your super ego not being strong enough to rationalize it. It'll be one of the two. It's either your id's just too strong for your ego, or your super ego just didn't rationalize it good enough. Neither of which you can help, by the way. It's just how your brain is wired. Aye. Quit stuttering. If you haven't panicked and dropped your guard, a few measly monsters wouldn't have been a problem for me. This time, you're giving up part of your pay thanks to our savior. Got it? Psychological imbalance then. Basically, yeah. No, this is more than enough. It's just, you're not very forthright, are you? That's no fun. Just take it already. Otherwise, the word gets out, people will label me a cheapskate. Anyway, this is my personal gift from me to you. Just accept it. Consider a little something extra for your little Petlosaurus to get some more snacks. I need to think some more formalities. Obviously, your brain is made up of a hell of a lot more, even subconsciously, than just id, ego, and super ego. There are other characteristics, other factors of understanding. One half of your brain is literally, like, so logic-pilled, it's fucking insufferable, whilst the other half of your brain is so creative-pilled, it refuses to shut up. Which also do sort of tie into id and ego, but they can also be their own things, and they can influence them. Because your extremely logic, factual side of your brain can sometimes help, like, bolster your ego or super ego to shut up your instinct. But equally, your creative half of your brain can sometimes do the other and end up bolstering your id to make this instinctual thing seem really cool in the moment, because your creative brain's like, oh, what if it becomes this? When that might not have ever happened, but because your imaginative brain did it, it is what it is. Yeah, you have one. It's also like the easiest way to tell what side of your brain is stronger than the other is if you dream, and how often do you dream. If you get dreams like once in a blue moon, you're probably relatively balanced. If you get dreams almost every night, you're more creative. If you legit just never fucking dream, you're more logic. Or the logic side's more prominent. If you get a dream like every now and then, like maybe once every couple of weeks, you're pretty standard, you're pretty in the middle. If you get dreams like 4 or 5 times a week, you're probably more creative focused. If you legit just never dream, you're more on the logic side. Because you're too logical for your brain to entertain the idea of these fantasies in your mind. I mean, regardless of how the dreams manifest, that's still my point, that your brain leans more on its creative than its logical. Or at least your creative is very loud. And that sometimes your logical can't keep up.
Today's our lucky day. Faster.
Oh, look at this little fella. Hi! You're a new enemy. The Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel. Oh, and you're weak to plunging attacks.
Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Let's shred, Sharky. Ha, ha. Yeah. Yeah. Ha, ho. Ha. Ha, yeah.
Oh, those enemies are kind of annoying to kill. I hope a character I want to roll for in the future doesn't use its materials. Hint, hint, don't be Skirk's materials, please. Is that going to be going against my creative side then? I mean, there's a chance that both of them are just really, like, high energy. But yeah, if you're dreaming a lot, that's your creative side being loud enough that your logical side isn't rationalizing it enough. Because if your logic side was winning, it'd be rationalizing your dreams so much you don't have them. Because your brain would be able to recognize before it even happens what's going on and stop it. But you can still have very strong both. It's just it could also just be, and this is just where it starts to get more complicated and starts to go beyond my scope because, you know, I got a college degree, not a university or master's, so it starts to get a little beyond me when I start talking about this. But there can be, like, individual concepts within it. Like, you can have both a really strong logical and a really strong imaginative, but your logical will, like, willingly kind of step aside because of your subconscious and how your subconscious works, depending on the situation. Like, your subconscious might decide above your logic to allow the creative to run wild whilst you sleep. And so there's only so much you can do because you have no control of your subconscious, hence why it's your subconscious. Like, but that starts to go beyond me because I don't know the statistics and bits and pieces of that. That's, like I said, that's beyond my studies. And also, your personality can also factor into it. You might have even if you don't have a logical brain, if your personality is that of one who always wants to logic things away, well then yeah, obviously, you can or can't have a logical brain, but you're just helping it in a different way.
Show no mercy.
Like, there can be people who really don't have, like, highly functioning logic sides, but their personality forces them to try and rationale and logic things, and that's just them. Which is like I said, but that still starts to go a little beyond what I did at college. That still starts to get a little beyond me, so I can really only say so much. The concept and topic of psychology is something that's just a rabbit hole. The further in you go, the more questions you ask, and the more complicated it fucking gets, and it just never fucking ends. Innovation. What the heck is all this?
Fulfill our pact. Rev the engines. Need a surfboard?
Can we do anything with this guy, or was he just, like, Beyblading?
Off we go.
We can shove him around, though. I don't know, same information. Fair. I think that's also the other thing you got to know with psychology. There is never, ever just one answer to everything. There's always another answer and another explanation. And that's both the most beautiful and most frustrating thing about psychology, is that there's never just one answer to everything. Everything I've said, someone else could look at and be like, oh, actually, no, it's this, and this, and be about as valid as I am. Yeah, I hear you. The only god I know is the one in the Simpsons game that you have to play a fucking Dance Dance Revolution with to beat, and it's the final boss of the fucking game. That's the only god I know and care about. Speaking of, changing subject, with the, PS2 emulator, and, you know, I think EA still own the license. Hey, EA, do you want to do, anything good? Literally put, the Simpsons video games on the backwards compatibility list, please. I know Road Rage they probably won't, because when Road Rage originally released, they got sued by Sega, because the game kind of blatantly just fucking takes Crazy Taxi. Imagine I was resenting. Oh yeah, we can't read this warning sign because we're a beast. But I imagine the warning sign just says, hey, getting closer to the volcano, be careful. Oh, okay, so we got puzzles to solve. Okay, there's that one. So there's probably two more. But yeah, so I'll leave the subject there, because there's only so much more I can add, you know? There's only so much I know, and so much I can, add to the conversation with confidence. But I hope it's been at least somewhat helpful. Oh shit! Get out the lava! So, no, it's all good. There's really nothing more I can add. That's the only problem.
Check this out. Best of luck. Surf's up.
Perspectives, fair enough. Well, it's the trouble. So it's things that are starting to go a little beyond my studies, because that's just a college degree, and it's also I finished college 8 years ago. You're asking me to dig a little sometimes to try and go, Learn something from it there. Those rocks have finally been cleared away. Did you do all this? A truly charitable deed. It would have taken all I had to, and then some to cough my way through clearing them out. Hey, that wall of light here. Yeah, God, it was 09. Fairs. Yeah, no, I got out in 2017. And you also have to keep in mind, once again, in the UK, you start college at 16, not 18. So I was out of college by my 18th. I was 2 months past my 18th birthday I finished college, because I only did 2 years. And it was for free, because we don't live in the US. Did you open it? Yeah, it seems to still open up. The golden patterns flew over here. We didn't break it, did we? Seems to open on its own. No need to be nervous. The truth is, I'm the Garden Patrol. My name is... I'm assuming... Would you pronounce the M on that, or would that just be Poso? Or would you not pronounce the P and it's Moso? I'm going to say Moso. These memories too. Oh no, I just have good old-fashioned PTSD. Sometimes I like to study the ruins. I'm ashamed to say I've been trying to open things a long time. I didn't expect someone to just show up and settle the matter on my behalf. This place hasn't seen travelers from another tribe in quite some time, so tell me, are you here to investigate the volcano? Cool, my young age fair. Oh, whilst we're playing this, going back to the topic, Genshin, annoyingly, has finally seemingly caved in surrounding the whole strike situation. And what I mean is, they haven't, like, signed the interim agreement, because, you know, that would be the right thing to do. They've started replacing striking actors. Kanish's actor has been replaced in this, as of this update. So all 3 of the main Hoyoverse games have now replaced striking actors, which is just, like, it makes it very clear, especially on Hoyoverse's part, where they stand on the matter, which is just unfortunate. And what worries me, you know what really worries me? Do you know what their, like, biggest actor that they have in this game is? Their biggest deal that has been, like, a monumental effort, and I can't stress enough, is part of the reason why people are even interested in the character. Dainsliff's voice actor, Yuri Lowenthal, is one of the strikers. And I'm like, if they replace Yuri Lowenthal, I can't stress enough, I will stop giving a shit about Dainsliff. Half the reason I care about Dainsliff is that he's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. I'm not even kidding. And it's like, if they replace him as well, because, oh no, worries, the strike, they just don't want to sign one fucking agreement that says pay our people fairly and don't steal our voices for AI. Oh, absolutely. I get what you're saying. It's still something I can criticize, though. It's a real shame that it's come to this. Because they also have ties and are using Western voice studios. And if they want to keep on having a decent relationship with these Western studios, they need to, like, get their head out their ass. You know? It's as simple as that. Because even though, like, they're a multi-billion dollar company, so it's not like they're going to lose, like, money out of it that they care about. There is a decline as well. And it has been apparent ever since they stopped acknowledging, it's like replacing actors and doing anything to it. There's been a noticeable sales decline across all of Hoyoverse's work. And it's like, right now the decline is not substantial enough to matter, but it is continuous. How long is it going to go before they get their head out their ass and go, hey, yeah, we're leaving money on the table by not just being decent human beings? All the strikers are asking for is to not have their voices stolen for AI. Sign the fucking agreement, Hoyoverse. It's not that hard. Sign the agreement. People don't want their voices stolen for bullshit. Because if you steal their voices, you then just shit out their jobs. And then we have shitty robots doing it instead. It's basic human decency that you should be able to not make that a thing. And it's a shame that now even Genshin's caved on it, because Genshin was like the only one that was just letting them strike, but now they've replaced Kanish. The only one that, and I keep on getting told this in good faith, but obviously I take it with a huge grain of salt, is I keep on getting told that Zenless, the studio that that Hoyoverse used for Zenless, has been extremely cooperative. And trying to, like, sort a lot of things out, which is nice to hear, but even then, it was only last patch they replaced Soldier 11 and Lycan. So clearly not everything is sunshine and rainbows beyond the company that hires them. And the company themselves have even spoke up about it and made a point of saying, like, no, we are supporting the actors. We're doing everything we can. There's only so much we can do with what we're contracted to, though. Sometimes things are just entirely out of our hand. Yeah, Soldier 11's voice actress changed, and Lycan's voice actor changed last patch. I think I mentioned it during the start of that stream, but Soldier 11, the easiest way to sum it up, the new voice still sounds like Soldier 11. It just doesn't sound like they just got a sound alike, but because it's just a sound alike, there's slight nuances with the voice that aren't quite there anymore. Like, there is a slight quirk to her voice that's now just missing with the new voice. Lycan, I think, gets away with it more. Lycan genuinely sounds pretty solid with the new voice actor. The only difference is that he sounds a little less whispery, and that's it. For me. Trails mods. At least it's not as bad as Sokaku. I don't know what was going on with Sokaku. She had one actor in 1.0, changed voice actress in 1.1, changed again in 1.3, and like, fucking come on. Like, I think the change from 1.0 to 1.1 was contractual issues, but the change from 1.1 to 1.3 was absolutely something to do with the strike. Is this an Aaron Fitzgerald versus Erica Mendes situation? Do you mean like with Noir, where like it's the same sort of sounding voice, but just different takes on it? Where one is a lot louder and one's a little bit quieter? Because with Soldier 11, it's hard to say. Because like for me it just sounds like there's less nuance. Like it sounds like it's the same voice but just reading the script instead of the voice learning the character better. I think that's the easiest way to put it, which isn't a criticism for the new actress. The new actress has done a perfectly fine job. It's just me who has the history of the previous actress, which sounds a bit off. Lycan is probably the more concrete because it is, you know, less whispery. But for me personally, I think the new voice suits the current story arc for Lycan better, but doesn't suit Lycan as a whole better. It's sort of like when they changed Ting Yun's voice actress, where like Ting Yun's new voice sounds better for like this traumatized, broken-souled version of the character in Honkai Star Rail, but doesn't quite suit the old version as well, whilst the old voice suits the old, like, cheekier, bouncier version a lot better. I mean, yeah, that would be more of a voice direction thing. I imagine what design has something to do with your little companion here. So I'm gonna have some water because it's my throat is genuinely turbo shot. I'm fighting off. It's not a major cold, but I am fighting off like a spring fever sort of thing. Like it's nothing major. I'm not unwell. It's literally just like a sore throat and my nose is a little clogged and everything else is fine. But I've been fighting this since like last Saturday, and it is on the I'm on the up end. But my throat has just been getting warmer and warmer as we started streaming, so I'm taking some water quick. I mean, yeah, it very much depends. Like, the good examples, like an American studio, is Studiopolis. Studiopolis are infamous for having been really good at getting fantastic voice actors in, but then because they get fantastic voice actors in, you really notice that their voice direction isn't the best. Because it's like, no, this voice actor can do phenomenal work. Why do they just not fit what's going on here? Why do they sound kind of off? And then you look back and it's like, oh, it's Studiopolis. It's like, oh, wait, what do you mean they got Roger Craig Smith to voice this amazing character? Why does he sound so ass? What do you mean you got Ray Chase it? Why does he sound like that? You know what I mean? Like, Studiopolis, like, they're very good at getting good talent, and they're very inconsistent at directing them. And the easiest example of a Studiopolis work is legit play any Sonic game from 2010 onwards. And listen to the voice direction and how all over the place every character is. No one's consistent. It was another thing that just wound me up with, like, that era of Sonic, is that, like, the voice direction just was not consistent. People says, oh, Roger Craig Smith is not fit for Sonic. And I'm like, no, he is. He's just got shit voice direction for most of his games. The moment he got good direction, we got Frontiers, and that was easily his best work. Everyone's on the public consciousness, people would think Aaron. Everything. So, I mean, for me, I have to emphasize, I didn't watch the anime until way, 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 way after I got into the games, and I preferred the old voice over the new one. I've adjusted to the new one, but I did prefer the old one. But that could be argued away as that I had bias because the old voice is also the voice of Chie in Persona 4. Well, Golden specifically. So it was familiarity bias, but I recognized the voice. But I genuinely just liked the voice. I don't really have a rationale for it beyond that. I just enjoyed listening to her go on and yap about how she is an tsundere to Nep. I just liked it. But when the new voice came in, it just seemed so abstract and different and like off. I was like, what the fuck is this? But I've adjusted since. And also, on a completely unrelated but kind of related note, the original actress, for Noir, still takes great pride in the fact that she was the first one to voice Noir. It's like the very first thing on her Twitter bio is the OG Noir. She takes great pride that she got to voice Noir and be part of Noir for such a long time. She genuinely loves that character, and I genuinely just think that's kind of sweet. It's the same boat with, like, say, like, Deneen Melody, where it's like Deneen Melody has, you know, voiced characters in fucking Pokemon, which you'd have thought would be, like, you know, huge deals, big things in her career. But what's, like, one of the first things that pops up when you look at, like, her bio that she, like, credits first? Fucking Rotten Dollheart, Death End 2. She holds the character real near and dear to her heart, so she doesn't care that it's, like, a real small project that not many people know about. She still wears that on, like, she still wears that very boldly. It's like, no, I was this character means a lot to me. Yeah, scared me. I didn't realize how important a friend could be. Later, when they organized an exploration team, I volunteered to join. Was it guilt, or did I want to prove myself to a friend I wasn't sure was still there? In the end, I never found him. Instead, Okay, yeah, this guy's just fucking dying. Can I get the treasure chest? I know the volcano's dangerous. Some of these side characters yap way too much for stuff that isn't that interesting. He's still going. I'm glad I didn't keep reading this. Oh, the volcano's erupting. I mean, yeah, if you voice the character, especially if you voiced them for, you know, a pretty decent, sizable number of years, you're gonna be attached. Because it's your character that you've been voicing for years. Oh, sorry, my headset got a little staticky. I've been rotting more, so worrying signs. You want to go there, you need to be careful. Yeah, but first we need to get to the Skyfire Circlet, right? You can fly us up, Paimon. The only voice I hope they never replace is honestly, the English voice for Nep. And I said I mentioned it many times before, but my biggest thing is that the English and Japanese voices for Nep are friends IRL and discuss and compare notes.
Always at the bottom.
And like that's such a rare thing in the industry, and if they ever replace the English VA for Nep, I wouldn't want that. I feel like that chemistry and that understanding would fade with it. You know, like I feel like something would be lost in translation as a result, and that thought alone depresses the crap out of me. So I hope that never comes to be. Because I think I mentioned before, it's like they take the fundamentals, like the two core fundamentals of the character, and what they do between them is that they have one lean slightly on one side and the other lean slightly on the other. Because like the two like very core things they use. Obviously, there's more to it on top of that, but the two core things they use as their basis is cute versus cheeky. And the Japanese version slightly leans more on the cute, whilst the English slightly leans more on the cheeky. And that's a decision that they made between them, like with studying and making notes and comparing how to make the character, that they decided to do that. After the flaming beaks. And I've always just thought that was really cool. O chosen of dragons, ascend to the circlet's higher pinnacle and hurl yourself to the sacred fuck, reveal it, break the soul and seal remain as remembered flames unnumbered. That text goes by way too quick. Okay, if you're going to start going on about how you radically prefer the JP and all that stuff, it's cool. I get it. You don't need to. It's fine. It's cool. You get it. You have your preferences. I'm always going to prefer the English. I say that I like both. I wish they didn't change them like actors as much because it messes with my brain. Where I'm like, I just want it to be a bit more consistent. but I genuinely like vibe with both, but tend to play English. There's really only so much.
Need a surfboard?
Get off the fucking... Thank you. Also, I'm just kind of aimlessly wandering, by the way. I don't know how much I'm going to get done today. I want to be in a position where, like, even if we don't do everything that's interesting is done, so I can just make this like a one stream, like this one stream and then back to Yumiya tomorrow. But obviously, we'll just see how it goes.
Show no mercy! Light it up! Pyroclastic surge!
Well, I mean, she is a little cheeky regardless. It's just how much she exaggerates it.
Hey, not a bad haul.
Like, I think there is a little bit of genuineness that she is just a bit like her mouth moves before her brain does sometimes. But sometimes she does absolutely exaggerate it a little bit for the sake of making an impression. Especially if it's something more serious, she'll do it to kind of make the impression that like she's not affected by it. Even if in that one bit in the anime and in the manga pretty often, like I say pretty often, like twice, it's clear that that facade only lasts so long and can be broken. Oh, that Pyrocullis is in an annoying place. Hang on. No, game, no! Fuck off with the camera! God damn it, you son of a bitch! I'm... God damn game! Expression, Sorry, I got distracted. I got cucked by the fucking camera of making, like, forcing me to, like, steer down. Full stop. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm definitely not going to reach that in time. No, go back. It's very dark. That is a very, very viciously dark comparison, my guy. I get what you're saying, but Jesus Christ. That's a real shame. Because I loved Robin Williams' work when I was a kid. Yeah, I kind of wish I stuck with the whole wish I didn't ask thing, because that's kind of viciously dark. Yeah, thanks for throwing me up, game, but I need some way to restore my phlogiston, or I can't get that thing. If we take in the non-canon ending, you mean? It's not canon. It's an exaggerated what-if fuck-around. I don't count Conquest at all. And I am going to sort the conversation there, because to be blunt, I don't particularly like this conversation.
Get to work! You two! Time to...
I had a feeling I wouldn't before we even began, and then it kind of got validated as we went. I feel like a lot of the serious talks end up coming up during Genshin streams, and I don't want that to always be the case. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that we can absolutely agree with, but it's like the ultimate thing is like, it's not that you put me off like streaming NEP, that's not the point, don't take it that way. It's more like every time I'm like, oh, maybe I should stream NEP sometime, I'm sitting there and go, I don't think it's worth the discussions that could come out of it, and so I don't. Like when NEP 5 comes out, I might not even stream that, I might just play it in my spare time, you know? End up with VA talk, I suppose. Well, yeah, I just need the company to, like, I need Hoyoverse to fucking its Western branch to actually do a little more for its VAs, and then I'll be happy as Larry. And it's been a problem for Genshin since, like, when did the strike start? Like 8-9 months ago? For a good while it's been a hot topic. They do so much, yeah. But we'll just have to see. What I think it's not also not helping, to change the subject a little bit, is that like Genshin's going through a story arc that's super focused on lore and world building, but isn't really doing stuff like on the surface to actually be entertaining for those who just want to play and go through it. Like, it's doing enough, and there's definitely some cool things. Like, I think like the peak of Natlan was super cool. This bit here, where we're like super above the clouds, getting closer to the volcano's like absolute peak, is interesting. But you get what I mean. Like, it's not at its core the best it could be. And then we go over the Honkai Star Rail, and it's kind of the same thing. Where Honkai Star Rail, like the current story arc, is really good for lore heads, but isn't doing that much actually interesting in the moment. But then that game also is suffering because it's got a really fucking bad power creep issue right now. And they're just not doing anything to resolve it, or not doing enough to resolve it. That's always how that's where you like it, yeah. Like, Zenless is the only one that's kind of in a good position. And it's because Zenless paces its story and content differently from the other two. And I think it's kind of showing that maybe they have the right idea. Zenless obviously has other problems, but you get my point. Fun for me. Because Amphorius, like, it seems to have the same trouble. But Amphorius also has the problem of there's no fucking 4-stars at all. And so there's no easy access to all the new mechanics. You have to fucking pay, basically, to get access to the new systems and mechanics that the whole nation is built around. Hence the power creep problem. And they're not even fixing it, because the two new characters that just got announced to be playable, or the next two coming after, like, Castoris and Anaxa, Hyacinth, you know, the not Barbara, but with pink hair, and Cypher, a cat thief. A literal, like, part cat, but, like, sneaky thief with the hood and all sorts. What are those two? Oh, yeah, right, they're both 5 stars. So there's still no 4-star. Even, like, the medic, it has to be a 5-star. And I get it, they want all the Crisis Heirs to be 5 stars. But the Crisis Heirs are, like, the only characters they've made playable. So, yeah. Everyone's in mountains and places, yeah. So high, but at the same time, it's not as cold as Paimon thought. If it's a power group single-handedly. And well, they won't be lore accurate, and I imagine because it's a collab, they will actually be separated from the core mechanics of Amphorius and just be like a standard character, like one-size-fits-all kind of setup. So they probably won't, unfortunately, to be real. I know you're just memeing, but I imagine they will fit into like a very standard 4-star slot, unfortunately. And will also, like I said, won't be tied to Amphorius' systems and mechanics, so won't affect anything, unfortunately. That's the big thing, we just need a 4-star. The closest thing we've got, honestly, is just that your protagonist, the Trailblazer, can access Remembrance. And the TB alone does not make a meta, unfortunately. But it makes the most sense. Because if you make the collabs tied to Amphorius, you potentially restrict them if future planets use different mechanics. If you make it a one-size-fits-all with at least a 4-star, it makes that character...
You add anything too weird this time.
Shut up, Paimon. I was talking. But if they make it one size fits all, it makes it that if they rerun the banner or like redo the collab or collaborate again for whatever reason, the character still has relevancy in the gameplay. Alright, what a view. Aventurine. There you are, adding that D again. It's Aventurine is in the gem. You're still adding the D. It's spelled Aventurine. You don't. There's no D in Aventurine because it's the gem. Is that a Crocosaur? Did it just grab the statue and jump straight into the crater? I mean, Aventurine is still meta, but he's meta because of Shield. The only thing that's harmed him is that they shadow nerfed him when Sunday came out, and I wish I was kidding. His shield became slightly less effective, and I'm like, cool, I'm glad that this is a thing on Ghost Ario, because the game doesn't have a power creep problem enough. Fine, as long as you grab... I'll carry you. I'm sorry, okay? But yeah, Sunday kind of undid a lot of Aventurine, but that's like, it's just kind of weird. Dear, alright? Well, yeah, I'm just going to keep on bullying you about it. Leap into the crater. I had a feeling. I was like, this is no way it's going to let us just go straight through it. You're finding something to bully me over and over. I guess we've done the quest. Oh, here's the other new area added to the map, by the way. The inside of the volcano. They treat it as a subsection. Am I going to get to read this, or is going to skip past it? O chosen of dragons, traverse the eternal city, venture into the heart of the sacred mountain. Banish the great enemy cloaked in shadow, ignite the frigid embers. I don't know what you're trying to do this. Okay, after all, you did fall from really high up. You're not hurt, are you? You seem fine. What about you, Emmy? You okay? I seem to be in one piece. In one piece? Are you serious? Well, Paimon's glad you're not hurt. Still, who would have thought it'd be such a huge space underneath the volcano? It's super dark, though. Pass me a torch, Paimon. You just keep assuming. Let's just keep assuming we have one. Maybe one might even magically manifest itself. Let's just explore the area a bit first, okay? But yeah, new land. Literally, the ancient sacred mountain. It's a new subzone. In the same vein as Enkonomiya. In the same vein as the depths of the chasm. And way over here, the Sea of Bygone Eras. Which is crazy, because they haven't done, like, a subzone in, well, since the sea. So it's like, it's been a while. Follow the path as it lights up. Okay, there we go. I was going to say. Even that non-teasing purpose too, Fairs. For me, it's very much, the dynamic of who I'm with. Some people, it's like, I know if I go to tease them, they will take it completely seriously and won't be able to tell I'm joking whatsoever. So I'm a little gentler with them. While some people, I know they can dish it as much as they give it, so I will absolutely meet them. But I also have an awful habit of beating jokes into the ground because I still keep on finding them funny, so sometimes that bites me in the ass, but sometimes it's funny. I have this one friend that keeps on trying to get me to play Sea of Thieves, and every single time he brings it up, I say Sea of These nuts. And like every single time, like I fucking say it because it makes me laugh. And it's like, he must be so fucking sick to death of me. But I'm just not interested in playing Sea of Thieves. And every single time it's like, oh, yeah, maybe you can check out Sea of Thieves. I'm like, Sea of These nuts.
Try and stop me.
I'm stopping you, Mawoika. I need you off the bike. Also, I need to put my phone on charge so I keep on reading chat 1 second. Oh, speaking of my phone, I might be upgrading my phone on Sunday. That's a huge might. It's because my contract's expired, so I'm just like, I just have the phone now, and I'm like, well, I could get the upgrade because this phone is like 3 years old. But we'll see. I haven't decided yet. But if I do, it shouldn't affect anything in like chat, but it might just be I have a bigger screen, so it'll be easier for me to read chat. That'd be nice, because I am considering getting an XL version whenever I get my next phone, so I can read chat easier. So it'll be bigger, but like I said, we'll just have to see. My the old Hughes Colonel True Wins Mr. Oh, that is a sentence and a half, but yeah, sure, I get it. So it's the statue that Kukasaur had, so it dropped down here as well. You know, it kind of looks like you, Soma, with the big ears and rolled into a ball. Really, you don't think so? Paimon sure does. Whoa, it's moving. Work. Self-diagnostics in progress. Moderate dust accumulation in joints. Storage medium activated. Speech. Remote extraction. Override permitted. Clicking. Personality module correction. So there's some kind of mechanism, not a statue. Well, it does look like one of those source mechanisms, and that strange light floating around it. Feels like we've seen that before somewhere. Oh, has it stopped moving? Yeah, I get what you're saying, woman. Rawr! Ah! Oh, it seems my voice module works. Well then, honoured guest, I have awaited you for a long... Sorry, is something the matter? Do you suddenly have to make that loud noise? You scared Paimon to death. Did I? Then that is well. A dynamic entrance is the only way to leave a lasting impression. Otherwise, I'd worry that you might feel I was neglecting you. Sorry, who are you again? Who am I, you say? Well, this body name is... fucking... Hecatl? Hecatl. I'm going with Hecatl. And you may so call it, but such things as names hold little meaning here. Individual designation modification request via records 150 years after the war. Designation changed to one of the list of the fallen, a cattle. Yes, indeed. Since then, this body's been named a cattle. Stop saying it. My brain is struggling to like process that amalgamation of letters. Fair enough. That said, we are not yet in a hurry. Let a cattle clear the way for some of the smidgen of the darkness that lies before you. I know that you must have your doubts, but please follow me now. I took one step, okay. That was a cool pan down of the camera, like bringing back into control. Montgomery. Everything's but fairs. I appreciate being in your thoughts to consider me like that. Oh, so my throat is really starting to give me some trouble. Yeah. I get what you meant. You're good. And the thing is, it's funny because I'm sitting here like, man, my throat's a little shot. Maybe I should like stream a little less this week or something. Also, me, I'm gonna stream Yumiya tomorrow, and possibly Friday because I'm not gonna be streaming Saturday and potentially Sunday. I might stream Sunday, but like I said, Sunday is Mother's Day in the UK, so obviously Mother Dearest takes priority. If I wrap up there like super early, then maybe I'll stream in the afternoon, but we'll see. I also kind of want to try. I might make like one straight stream either at the end of the week or next week. AI Limit comes out tomorrow. I kind of want to try that game. It'll be just a one-off stream, but I've been kind of interested in it for a while, so I might try it, but we'll see. Gal Guardians also comes out tomorrow, but I've only got so much fucking money, so I'll maybe get that next paycheck. Right, to kind of psych major, yeah. That's my own powers got during the war, and for that, the seal's power is weak threads that can only entrap a whelp, and the oath dictates the human may activate them. An interesting twist, a poor child who used this method to infiltrate the Sacred Mountain was in the end brought to ruin by someone else during nigh identical means. Also, I'm slightly hesitant to get the Gal Guardian sequel, because as much as I enjoyed the first one, the game had some real bad balance issues. And I'm like, I really hope they've addressed that in the sequel, because that game's balancing was kind of all over the place. Sometimes you breeze through it, sometimes you just got your shit kicked in, and it was just like, why is this one room so brutal? And it's like, oh, because it felt like they didn't really consider the enemy placement. Cool, thanks. Give my game lineup, yeah. And also, trying to platinum that game was kind of annoying as shit. It's not a hard platinum, it's just an annoying platinum. And it's like, cool, I hope the sequel's like got a better list. Or isn't as fucking vague. A niche game with vague descriptions in its list equals no easy guides to get a hold of to help you out sometimes. Like, getting to a room where you know for a fact there's a trophy you can get by doing something in this room, but having absolutely no idea what it is with no guide to help you whatsoever. And then just fucking around in this one room constantly with no luck. And like, it's annoying. And then I finally figured out what it was, and it was the most abstract bullshit ever. I'm like, cool, thanks guys. Because it's a tiny room with a nest in the end of it with a bunch of eggs on it. And there's an overarching platform just above it that's out of reach. You have to figure out how to get onto that platform without stepping on any of the eggs. But the trophy doesn't pop until you leave the room and there's nothing up there. So there is a very good chance you'll get up there by either just kicking off the egg, or maybe you didn't manage to find an alternate means up there. Nothing happens, so you go, oh, okay, so you just drop down, land on an egg and leave. The trophy didn't pop because you broke an egg. And so stumbling into that by sheer chance, by like, I didn't touch an egg, I got up there, and then hopped back down, and I was like, fucking, and then left, and the trophy popped. Like, it was such a pisser. And what also sucks is that if you do break the egg, it doesn't respawn as you leave and re-enter the room, and the checkpoint is on the opposite end of a really long list of trials. So you have to, if you break an egg, you have to do all the trials again. You have to go jump off an edge, and then do all the trials again just to get back to that room to try the trophy again. And it's like, cool, if I knew in advance, it would have been way easier, but no. And yes, it is Gal Guardians now. It was called Grim Guardians, but copyright entered the scene, and so they had to change it. 'Cause Grim Guardians was already a thing, and they didn't realize, so they had to change the title after the game came out to Gal Guardians. Because it is tied to Gal Gun. You know, that really, really fucking pervy, like, game. Or... Oh, it literally is just like the void darkness, huh? A glorified porn game, yeah. Oh, wow! This is inside the volcano? What the fuck? How is this inside the volcano? How does this make any sense? Nah, it's like I'm not that aggressive on Galgun. I haven't played the games. If you can believe it, I've no real interest either. So I can't say that much on them, but I know enough to be like, yeah, I'm good. It's like, it's a very perverse, very, like, I don't know what the right term is, but like, very like that kind of game. If it was there. I've officially given you a name, by the by, I believe I have not. No matter, welcome to the first sacred city, Tolan. Oh, hey, look at the background on the left. Can you see the crack? This is an illusionary sky. It's a rail shooter, to be honest. Yeah, true. Just instead of shooting evil demons and monsters, you're shooting photos of girls. And increasingly provocative poses. God, you're also aggressive on Senran Kagura. Oh, there's like shit glitching in the background as well, I think. Okay, yeah, that sky is super false. Talking about its interior, but even though I don't know I'm seeing such a sight. I do want to try a Senran Kagura game at some point. I've been meaning to for forever. I literally own one of them. I literally own Estival Versus, and I've just yet to fire it up. But they're also action RPGs, so I guess it's like pretty like obvious that you wouldn't like it. I'm joking, but I'm pretty sure they're action RPGs. There's potential. But I know the whole thing with Senran Kagura. The creator says he wants to make another game that's like as like hypersexual and everything else, but all men. So there's a balance. So you've got like one option that's all the women, one option that's all the men. And then once he's done that, then he wants to bring like have the universes collide and have a game with like both casts. And like that sounds like it'll be a fun idea. You play Elder Scrolls that is, although technically an action RPG, is not the priority at all. And you also play Tales, which is Tales. I can't really argue off that one, but there are more exceptions than the rule in how you approach it. There's a high barrier to play it. Yeah, you have a hyper-precise, you just don't like most of the good ones, and you only like 2 of them. Cool. Anytime a franchise even so much as breathes action RPG, even before anything to do with it's even showcased and announced, I immediately hear you talking shit on it. Like, every time. Like, it's very clear you don't like the genre. It's just you have a couple exceptions that just happen to be games you like, but it doesn't mean you suddenly have, like, a high pedigree of whatever. It's just you happen to like those examples. You know, that's more how it comes across. It's like me with Final Fantasy Tactics. I know I don't like tactical RPGs. Tactics is just the exception. But I don't sit here and be like, oh, I just have a very high yada yada. I know I just am not a fan of the genre. It's just every now and then there might be a game within it that works out enough that I like it. And I think it's the exact same deal for you with action RPGs. You just aren't a fan of the genre, and it's okay to admit that. It's not about having like a high... like exception or like a high pedigree of demand for what an action RPG should be. It should just be you just have very precise tastes that will be enough to make you appreciate a certain games within the genre, but you don't like the genre. It's okay. You know, it's okay to just be like that and settle with that. So I liked both SVS and Game Maker, and even then, they're not action RPGs, really. Similar to, like, the Rise of Trilogy, They're like somewhere in between. Like they're not quite action RPGs, but they're somewhere in between. Yeah, okay, we'll look around this new area. Chronicler of the Crumbling City. Rendezvous with Ruin. Oh, that's a cool name.
Something to
Oh, hey, we already got one of the fragments. Sweet.
add to my collection.
Reminder, in Natlan, every, like, tribe has 3 of these artifact pieces. Or these obsidian fragments. You get all 3 of them, you can put them together and open up a secret door. However, it is completely random per account what chests you get them in. So you might get them super quick, or you might be doing what I had to fucking do with the canopy, and literally, like, pixel hunt every single fucking chest. I literally have 100%ed beyond 100%ed this area. I literally have every single treasure chest in it, because I kid you not, it was like the very last one it finally popped in. I was like, thanks, guys. Oh yeah, I like the character designs a lot. I don't know their names. I like the main character design a fair bit, and I think it's Estival Versus. It's like the gold and like the white dress and like the bright hair. Like, I genuinely think her design is great, even ignoring the fucking boulders. Like, I genuinely think her design is pretty cool. The thing is, like, Muso is a good example of actually of what I mean. Muso is technically an action RPG, because there is action and there are role-playing elements to it. However, if you look up its, like, genres, there's a lot of other things it also gets classed as. It's kind of barely an action RPG, because it's also a bunch of other things. Though this music is really nice. But that vein is what makes the least amount of sense when it comes to Musuo. Well, like Musuo specifically. I know like you're comparing it to Senran Kagura, because the action RPG actual element, compared to it just being a raw fucking like button masher hack and slash, the hack and slash is way more of a priority. Like the actual RPG stuff makes up like what feels like 1% of the genre at time. Obviously it's more than that, but you get my point. Like it feels like it makes up very little of it. So it's kind of like a weird point to make as a make as a comparison, because it's barely anything to do with RPG. It just does it enough that it technically has to be counted as one. Like, you know what actually is a good example I can bring? You know how much I love Mystery Dungeon. You know what Mystery Dungeon technically classes as? By sheer technicality? A tactical RPG. I don't like tactical RPGs, but Mystery Dungeon, by very loose technicality, counts as it. Because it is, you know, issue commands, you do move around the board. It is like a top-down perspective. It is, you know, issuing and assigning tactics to overthrow or overcome an enemy or situation. It is classified as a tactical role-playing game. I just don't care to acknowledge it because I just enjoy them. And it's also other things going on. They tend to have some sort of social aspects. They tend to have grinding and dungeon crawling. They tend to, some of them straight up have turn-based mechanics. So, you know what I mean? Like, but it's still my point. like, it can be a piece of a genre, but not that genre, but it doesn't mean suddenly it's the comparison point for the rest of that genre. Because if Mystery Dungeon was my only point of reference, I'd be like, oh man, I love tactical RPGs.
Show no mercy.
That's what all tactical RPGs should be. But that's not how it is, and that's not how it works.
Hey, not a bad haul.
Where am I even aiming for? Sorry, I've been distracted yapping. Oh, like right there? Okay, let me look around first. Okay, why? Yeah, but I'm going to be real with you. I think that'd be the most, like, uninteresting conversation ever, because almost everything you dislike, I'd be like, hey, you know this is just in other things as well. Or, hey, you know that this really doesn't matter. Or, hey, more often than not, you know this isn't the point. The game's trying to be this X other thing. Because I feel like that's every conversation we have when it's you not liking an action RPG. It's that the games you use as an example are games that aren't really trying to be. It's just they technically have to be classed as one. And I think that conversation would get really old really fast. Like, no slight on you, please don't take it as that, but you know what I mean. Genshin fall under that? It would fall under the same idea as in it technically is, but it really isn't. Genshin, first and foremost, is an open-world RPG. Action is just comes with it in the same vein action comes with Elder Scrolls, but it's not. That's not why you play Elder Scrolls. In the same way that action comes with, I don't know, The Witcher 3, but that's not why you played The Witcher. You know, it's a technicality, but it isn't the point. It isn't the priority. It's not action first and foremost. It's an open world RPG. But because there's combat in it, it technically is action. So I'm just looking to see if there's anything I can use to blow up that rock. Oh, I think I can just go straight over it. I think I'm overanalyzing this. I can absolutely just go straight over it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, but then at that point they'd have to give up the RPG. Or at least it would be heavily compromised, like, say, Final Fantasy 16. The reason why games like that work is because that was the sole priority, was making an action game. They weren't trying to compromise with mechanics or RPG-isms. If Devil May Cry was trying to be an RPG as well, I guarantee you things would have been lost in translation and development and things wouldn't be as smooth. Because it would have been dividing resources, it would have been splitting things up, etc, etc. Budget allocation, development, resources, you know the drill. The reason why they work is because they're not RPGs, they're action games through and through. And even then, Yakuza technically, even the action games you could argue is an RPG because you technically have skills that you upgrade, but then following that reign, how far do you go down the rabbit hole? You can get Stinger 2 in Devil May Cry. Does that suddenly mean Devil May Cry is an action RPG? No. You know, like, it's kind of, it starts to get more complicated. You can upgrade your health and upgrade your special meter in both Yakuza and Devil May Cry. Does that make either of them RPGs? Like, you get what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, it starts to muddy the topic after a while. The only thing Yakuza has that makes it a little more is that you can usually upgrade your raw strength. So technically, even if it doesn't show it to you, even in the action ones, you must have some form of attack stat, you know? Or something that counts as an attack stat, even if it might not register or be recorded that way. So that makes it ever so slightly more RPG off the basis of that, but even still, my point stands. Is it really? Oh, there's Pyroculluses here as well. Oh, fucking great. What's it? But you get the point. A lot of the like games that you tell me you don't like that are action RPGs, I take one look at them and go, I guess it's an action RPG. When in reality, they're either an action game or just something else entirely. But because they technically have systems and mechanics and there's technically action, it technically is an action RPG. You know, like but if I have to keep on using the word technicality for everything, then clearly something's gone awry already. It's why like I try and like be careful. Like the Ryza trilogy, they're not action RPGs because it's not completely free-flowing. It's got active time battle. It's got a system where every action has cooldowns, and so it forces a turn-like effect, but it isn't actually strictly turns. So it isn't an action RPG, but it isn't a turn-based RPG, which is why I just call it an ATB game, because it is like active time battle, like Final Fantasy, you know? But that's what I mean with like it starts to muddy the water in the explanation, because like if we count Ryza as an action RPG, there's a lot of other things that also kind of technically count, but we wouldn't realistically count them in any other situation. Like Final Fantasy 4 through to 9. They're not action RPGs, but they do use the exact same formula that the Ryza games used. So if we count Ryza as an action game, do we suddenly have to count those games as action games? Like, you know, like after a while, the discussion starts to get annoyingly, like, fussy, annoyingly intricate, and like annoyingly picky, and it basically just falls down to your preference of like what you count and what you don't. And it's just like, it doesn't matter either way. I just play video games and like them, and that's as far as I fucking care. I'm mashing my way through. I mean, yeah, but that doesn't go down to its genre. That goes down to the fact that the games aren't that difficult. That you can get away with mashing. Because you could technically just keep on mashing in, so my throat is really going. In Final Fantasy 4 through 9. You just won't win. You can just keep on mashing attack. You can just keep on mashing... Okay, that's the dash button. You can keep on mashing the same spells and same items in the same way you do Ryza. The only difference is, both of them have the same setup, same systems, and same mechanics. The only difference is, one game's harder. So you absolutely won't get away with it in Final Fantasy 4 through 9. Changing subject, I was kind of thinking about Final Fantasy IX recently as well, and some Cody Johnny, one of the YouTubers I always watch, uploading his review on 9 yesterday really kind of put it into perspective. Like, yeah, I kind of do want to cover that game, but I can't stress enough, I really need to be in the mood. Like, it's like I'm kind of in the mood, but it's not enough. If I'm gonna split down and play 9, I need to be a lot more in the mood than this, because I have some problems with 9. Sorry, it was on my mind. This is more like me being like autism moment, where it's like it was on my mind, I wanted to talk about it.
Hey, not a bad haul.
What the fuck? Can these like... Do you mind? Because I mentioned it before, like I genuinely do like 9. I don't think it's the best Final Fantasy ever, because Jesus Christ, some of the side content is just annoying, and the game, especially on PS1, runs slow as shit. Interjection, I get... That's what I think. Nah, it's all good. A lot of it's just my brain. My brain just like says, oh, I want to talk about this now. It's a real bad habit, especially when I'm just like kind of freeballing it, because it's basically what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of exploring as a whim. No, no. If you can type this, it's clearly type 0. Yeah, I need to get back to type 0. That was a game I started, got like halfway through it, was having a good time, and then like just didn't play it one day and just never went back. And now it's been like a decade nearly. Well, I don't even, like, I can't even, like, put it into words. Like, I don't know what happened. I just stopped playing it one day. And you know what? It's also, like, changing... Now you brought it up. Whatever happened to Type Next? Whatever happened to Type Zero sequel? It was announced in, like, 2015, 2016. Whatever the fuck happened to that? I'm assuming it just got quietly cancelled and just isn't happening, but it's weird that it was never, like, announced to be cancelled. It just doesn't exist. Yeah, that's right. Type Zero. Yeah, I mean, Type Zero HD did okay, but I'm also, like, not ignorant to the fact that a good chunk of its sales, my purchase of that game included, was because it came with episode BlueSky, a demo for 15. Which is, it's so funny. If I have, like when I did my Let's Play for Final Fantasy 15, I made a point, like, right near the end of the Let's Play, of showing off episode BlueSky just to show how much the game had changed. And going from Royal Edition FF15 to 2 years before official release, episode BlueSky, wow. Like, wow. It's like, man, this game had fucking nothing in it. Episode BlueSky is, like, so bare bones. Because all episode BlueSky is like a small chunk of the BlueSky region. You do the Deadeye hunt, and then that's kind of it. But Final Fantasy has always had a habit of doing that, including demos in their other games. It's why so many people got Great Fencer Musashi, because it came with a demo for Final Fantasy VIII. Or I think it was the Platinum Hits version of 7 or 9, I can't remember which one it was. One of them, the Platinum Hits version, had a demo disc for 10. You know, that's something I genuinely actually kind of miss from, like, the late 90s and early 2000s games. Like, either coming with a demo disc for another game, or just straight up having a demo on the disc for another game. Like, remember, like, I think it was like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 had a demo for SSX in it. Like, it was literally just in the options. You could just fire up the demo for SSX. It was on the disc. It's like, oh, cool. No, I didn't mean to get reattached to this. Let me off. God damn it. But yeah, it's kind of funny because, like, going back to, like, Type Zero, it's like, it's kind of just existed and people, like, don't really think about it and forget about it. But Square Enix really didn't, because it's like, Ace is in Dissidia. Like, he made it to Dissidia NT. It's a shame Dissidia NT really wasn't anywhere near as good as older Dissidia games, but still. Which will always be a shame, because I love Dissidia on PSP. Dissidia 12 Duodecim was so fucking good. And then Dissidia NT is just, like, really stripped bare-boned, like, weak source version of the game with, like, barely any story. It's like... I get it, they wanted to make it more, like, team-based and more, like, competitive in that sense, but so much was lost as a result, and it's such a shame. Hated it. 2020 me appreciate it. But in Final Fantasy, I know, like, it's my go-to, like, with any franchise that I like, that I go, man, wouldn't it be great if it had a fighting game? But it genuinely annoys me that Final Fantasy's not got a actual traditional fighting game. Dissidia's great. I love the arena fighter that it is. Where's my 3v3 Marvel vs. Capcom-esque Final Fantasy fighting game? Square. Please. Ready to present, there you go. the qualifier. Yeah.
No mercy. Rise with the sun.
Heck, I don't care like how the game works. Give it to the fucking Clay Fighter devs for all I care. Just let me have a Final Fantasy fighting game.
Try and stop me.
And you know why? You know the other reason why they should? Like, half serious, half jokey? Is that I'm so tired of, like, who's the best waifu debates. Like, hey, you want the best waifu? Fucking bring it to the ring.
Hey,
you know?
Rev the engines.
Then someone goes, oh, Air is better. Oh, Tifa's better. I'm like, yeah, fucking square it off in like a Final Fantasy fighting game. Tell me, then find out who's better. Speaking of Clay Fighter, there's a YouTuber I've started following recently called Sia. And he uses, I forget the name of the character, but he uses, like, the standard, like, just the clay man, Clay Fighter as, like, his avatar for everything. And he uses all, like, the attack animations and everything for it to animate when, like, he's talking or making a point, and it's really charming. And he actually makes really good quality videos that are, like, really well edited. And it's like, the more, like, every time I watch his videos, I'm like, man, Clay Fighter, even, like, I have no real, like, nostalgia towards Clay Fighters. Like, I never really played it growing up or anything like that. But the character designs were pretty neat. They were simple, but they worked. Firstly, it's Jesse singly Aerith uses a steel chair. If they remake 9 the way they remade 7, there's a character in 9 I really hope gets the Jessie treatment. And what I mean is, for those who aren't with it, Jessie is basically a non-existent entity in the original 7. They gave her an actual proper character in the remake. There's a character in 9 who very much is just kind of like a rival character that you fight a couple times in the story. I'm not talking about Beatrice, because I know people are going to immediately bring up Beatrice, but I think Beatrice gets a pretty good amount of screen time in the original 9. Her name slips my mind right this second, but there's like a rival-esque character who at the end just kind of gets dropped by the story, but has a sick design and has a few interesting quirks, and I kind of like, there's a character you could do more with. Oh, is that what the character's called, the Blob? I'm assuming you looked up the YouTuber, then, Seer, S-E-E-R. Never touched 9. So I have to always emphasize, I do like 9. There's a reason why so many people consider it the best one. There's a reason why so many people say it's the last traditional Final Fantasy. I disagree, I think it's 10. There's a reason why the actual creator of Final Fantasy says it's his favorite one. There's a lot to love about 9. It's a very beautiful, very heartfelt game. My problems with it are all on the technical side. Called the Blob, it's from the movie. Oh, okay, no worries. One of the fighters isn't Clay Fighter, it's called the Blob. Okay. And, like, the biggest one is, like, trying to access any, like, the super weapons or access the super boss. You have to play a mini-game called Chocobo Hot and Cold. And it doesn't matter what you do. Entirely chance-based random luck that also incorporates the entire overworld and takes, like, 7 to 9 hours is such a fucking killjoy. Just let me go fight that fucking Jawbreaker. Let me just go fight the super boss, please. If I ever cover 9, I'll do all of Chocobo Hot and Cold off-screen because it's the most boring shit ever. The way it works is you hop on your Chocobo, you have a minute, you tap triangle, and the Chocobo will peck the ground and will quare. The longer the quare, the closer you are to a treasure. When you find a treasure, there is a long list of like 200 items across 5 different zones. You need 5 specific items from that list. And with those 5 specific items, you get maps for you to then be able to get general ideas in zones, which are randomized every playthrough, of where they might be in the overworld. You go to those maps, play Hot and Cold again. And then when you get all the pieces that those maps lead to, you can then access the secret optional area to go fight the super boss. It's so fucking boring. The game's in BS chicken mechanics, yeah. And the thing is, like, when you're doing it in the overworld, there's no timer. But when you're in like the Chocobo hot and cold zones, you have a minute, and then you have to pay another 200 gil or so to do it again. So, and because it's every time you do it, it resets the fucking area and re-randomizes the items. Now you understand why it can take 7 to 9 hours to do this shit. It's so time consuming. Even if you play sped up, it still takes forever. Because obviously on the PS4 ports, all of the PS1 titles have a built-in speed up mechanic, so you can make the game run at double or triple speed. And it's still not enough to, like, speed that up. It still takes a lifetime. But that's what I mean. It's like, I'd want to show off the super boss, because, you know, it's a part of the content. I'd want to show off what all their characters look like when they're in their best form. It's part of the content. Getting access to all of that, though, is a crock of shit. And I'm not interested in doing that yet. Thankfully, if you're not interested in doing all the extra stuff, 9 is probably one of the smoother Final Fantasies to just go from start to finish. Oh, I need... That's why these guys are running around. It was trying to tell me... Whoops. It was trying to tell me get these guys. Because, like, everyone has defined classes. Zidane is the thief. Dagger is the white mage. Aiko is the summon. Vivi is the black mage. Steiner's the knight. Like, everyone fits into job classes very effectively and efficiently. So it's very easy to kind of go from there, figure it out. And then, like, build your team around it. And then, like, the whole ability point system, which if you might be more familiar with because they reuse it in Kingdom Hearts and it's become a staple of the series, but it was first introduced in Final Fantasy IX. The idea of, like, you get these extra things to just give yourself extra perks and bonuses to help build your characters a bit more. The thing is, it's actually, her name is Garnet. It's just she's the princess of Alexandria, and she's undercover, so she can't go by Garnet. And because she's so smart, Zidane gives her a dagger to defend herself with. She looks at the dagger and comes up with the name there and then to go by Dagger. And it's just like, that's the best you could come up with, Garnet? Come on. Come on, girl. She's also like Princess Garnet Tail Alexandria the 17th or some shit. Like, her name is like long. And it's like, yeah, but that's like the best you could come up with. 9 is also a game where you can name your party whatever you want, but that's just the canon names. The main character is Zidane. Garnet goes by Dagger because it's the code name. Which I usually when I play 9, I just call her Garnet anyway. Because even after the cover is blown and it no longer matters, she still goes by Dagger. So it just becomes like a game mechanic thing of that's just her name now. So I usually end up calling her Garnet anyway, so it's just like that's her name. Like, you can call Steiner anything. Most people call him an insulting name because he's kind of an idiot. There's also, like, you get Freya. Freya's a great party member. If they ever did a 9 remake, Freya I could see them doing more with. Because Freya has a great story. And then they just drop Freya off the side of a cliff narratively. Like, 2/3 in the story because the main plot kicks in. And they just forget. They just put Freya's whole story to one side and it's just never touched upon again. You're like come on, you had something interesting there. Also, after we do this objective, because I want to at least do Varessa's story today, after we do this objective, I am going to detour and head towards the tribe to start doing the tribe quests. Because it's basically our story quest, so I kind of actually want to do it today, you know? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, surface. I knew I was playing a dangerous game, but I was hoping I'd be able to get a little further. Also, 9's soundtrack, I know, like, obviously it's Final Fantasy, so of course it's great. But 9's soundtrack is genuinely, like, it's up there with one of the soundtracks that I would class as just straight up beautiful. There are some tracks in 9 that when you hear it, especially in context, it just makes you stop for a second. Not because like, it's like, you're like, this ball-busting, awesome, like, heavy metal rock. It's just pure bliss. And you just stop for a second and go... and then you're all is right with the world and you carry on. Sorry, my headset gets staticky. Also, speaking of 9, you want to know something else kind of funny? The Dark Messenger was used as a wrestling theme once, which is the main villain's theme. I can't remember what one was. I don't know enough about wrestling, but if you look up Dark Messenger, you'll probably find it eventually. But it was actually used in wrestling. Or if you just listen to the track, you'll probably hear it and go, wait, this sounds familiar. The moment you hear the dun 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 dun, you might go, wait a minute. Like, people underestimate how much, like, cultural influence Final Fantasy had at the time. Final Fantasy VIII's main theme got legit used in the Olympics. Final Fantasy IX's main villain theme got used in wrestling. Like, people, like, forget just how much, like, Final Fantasy kind of dominated the world in the late 90s. It's a shame, honestly, that Final Fantasy doesn't really have that source anymore, but things always had to go eventually. If I say if any game has kind of like the source or energy that Final Fantasy used to have, it's Xenoblade. Okay, maybe at least from my perspective, at least, I feel like Final Fantasy is still a big deal. Obviously, it's like each game still does many, but both 16 and Rebirth didn't reach any extended sale expectations. I think Final Fantasy 16 only did like 4 million units, which, like, although 4 million is nothing to scoff at, obviously, when you consider like Final Fantasy 7 in 1997 did like 11 million at launch. You start to see my point. Like, it's not, like, it's still big, obviously, but it's not the fucking Goliath it used to be. Oh yeah, I heard about Kevin Omega using One Winged Angel. That, and like even using like the visual aesthetic of it, which I was like, that's cool. But that's also just because Kevin Omega's a huge gamer, from what I can tell. So like, it's kind of not surprising that he would want to. And it was also, to be fair, I saw that because it's Final Fantasy, so of course I looked into it. It was also just a great, like, opening that he did. Is it Undoing Sale? Entrance of Suns? Was it... that one? Was it that track he played? And then Megalovania. Like, Toby Fox's, like, crown jewel that he, like, lives off. I say that, it's genuinely a great track. A lot of people meme on it, but it is a good track. Yes, it is Megalovania Fairs. It's not my personal favourite track from Undertale. You wanna know what my favourite track is? Omega Flowey. There's something about, like, just how broken and all over the place that track is that I just really fuck with. I love the insanity. Like, I know people like Hopes and Dreams. I know, like, Megalovania is, like, iconic. Oh, there you are, just mentioning it now. Like, I know a lot of people like Hopes and Dreams, which is also a very great track, don't get me wrong. But it's just something about Omega Flowey that I just love, like, the fucking bullshit of it. Speaking of Undertale, I think that game turns 10 years old this year. I think it was 2015 it originally released. Speaking of 10 years old, Bloodborne turned 10 on Monday, and Sony proceeded to announce absolutely fucking nothing, and no, I will not stop complaining about that. Sony didn't even acknowledge it, which I think was, like, even more distasteful. It's like, no, not even, like, an acknowledgement tweet, nothing, literally nothing at all. Cool, thanks, guys. Like, they didn't even, like, acknowledge or even look at it. It's just another day, and it's just like, hey, one of your most prolific and most recognized PS4-era first-party titles hit 10 this year. Do anything. And I'll never not be bitter about it because it's genuinely so frustrating. It's like literally every single other fucking game Sony releases, they either acknowledge or they do remasters for, or they do pointless remakes for. Anything Bloodborne. I'll take a poke in the eye from John Bloodborne himself and be like, oh, this is something Bloodborne. Just enough of this shit, Sony. Enough of the silence. Enough of just doing nothing with your property. Stop sitting on money. Oh, no, I never have any expectations. I would have at least taken a tweet saying happy 10 years, Bloodborne. I expect nothing from Sony. I'm just still always let down by them. That's the easiest way to put it. I had no expectations, and I'm still just let down. Like, it's a very impressive accomplishment that they've achieved. But I have also said before, and a lot of people feel this way, because there's been a lot of talk and discussion about things like potentially maybe one day happening with Bloodborne behind the scenes that are just like in the works. It's been talked about long, and a lot of people are at the same length. If absolutely nothing gets announced at any point this year surrounding Bloodborne, we give up.
Try and stop me.
This is kind of like the last hurrah. It's the 10th anniversary of the game. If nothing is even mentioned at all throughout the entirety of this year, we're never getting anything. Fucking we'll carry on with our lives. I hope they are. There's been rumors for a very long time that Bluepoint, sorry, have been doing something with Bloodborne, like a remaster for ages. And it's like, that'd be nice. That rumor was in 2021. Which is what I mean by, like, it's reaching that point where it's like, there clearly might not be anything. When do we just stop and give up? So, like, the absolute latest I'll give it is the the Game Awards, sorry, later this year in December. Because that's literally like the last major event of the year. If nothing's announced then, I will just accept the assumption. I will just accept the assumption nothing's ever happening. Make it wild, yeah. I mean, is that actually, like, confirmed, or is that just still, like, leaked sort of thing? Like, is they actually, like, officially confirmed it, or is that just still, like, leaks? We know about it, but it hasn't been officially said yet. The Oblivion remaster remake thing. Like, we know it's happening because it was leaked. I mean, as in, like, have the devs, has Bethesda actually said anything on it yet? Oh, it's leaked. Oh, okay, then, yeah, no worries. Because I did see that it was, like, oh, hey, buddy. It was, like, straight up leaked. Like, it is in existence. It's not like one of those leaks. It's like, no, it exists. It's real. It's just... when? You know what this weirdly reminds me of? This stone snake? The stone snakes in Sonic Adventure 1 when you're trying to get through the Lost Valley. Just this is less glitchy than the DX version. So Sonic Adventure DX, trying to ride the snakes is a gamble. You just have to roll a dice and hope it works. Look at that crack in the sky. This game's so beautiful, dude. I know I say it a lot, but this game's so beautiful. The only thing I want to know is that in the Oblivion remake, if cheese for everyone is still in there. Cheese for everyone! That's all I fucking care about. Because I'm not getting the game, nor do I care beyond that. I imagine if it's a full remake, they've like re-recorded like all the lines of new voice acting, so it won't be as all over the place. Because I know Oblivion was like a mixture. That part was from a DLC. Well, hopefully the remake would include all extra content. Because I genuinely fucking hate the AAA practice of just not including everything in your remake.
Let's ride.
I still think one of the worst offenders for that was Activision when they remastered COD 4 Modern Warfare and then sold the DLC, the map pack that the original game got, as a DLC map pack again at launch, and it's just like, you greedy bastards. Especially at launch when, you know, you physically couldn't get it unless you had like the deluxe edition of Infinite Warfare, but no one fucking wanted Infinite Warfare. So it's like you had to spend like £100 in the UK just to get access to COD 4. To then have to spend an additional £15 to get the map pack that should have been on the fucking remaster on disc anyway. Well, yeah, well, they should remake all the DLC. If they don't, I don't really care for it. It's the other reason why I didn't really touch Persona 3 Reload when it came out. It's like, oh, okay, so it's literally just the base game. There's no portable and no answer content. Cool, great. I'm so glad that they bothered to waste their time doing this. Which is more upsetting, as I said before, like the biggest problem I had with Persona 3 is that there's no uniformed version of the game. There's no version of the game that has everything. Every version of the game lacks a piece of content another version has. And so I was really optimistic that the remake was going to be Atlus's opportunity to correct that, and instead of correcting it, they just added to the problem. Right, we've got pretty far. I don't know how much yapping that's going to be. I want to go do the story quest, because if I don't, eventually we will like run out of time. Oh, I don't have a warp near there. Okay, let's go. Let's actually enter it then. So I'm going to do that and start doing the Varesa story stuff. Because I want this to all be one stream. And like, not doing the world quest stuff doesn't bother me. Not doing story stuff, even if it's just a character quest that won't matter to anything. No, I want to do that. Ooh, the music. Why does it feel like I've just stumbled into like a Wild West town? Like, I'm not the only one, right? We've just stumbled into the fucking Wild West. Like we just walked into Tumbleweed in Red Dead or something. Either that or this is Zoro's hometown. There's no in between. Oh, and then the music changes now. We're like in the town proper. Got it. Oh, we're going to literally start off with Vanessa. Or Varessa. And this also gives me a chance to have some water.
Hello there.
Huh? Wait, you're the Traveler in Paimon! I've been waiting for you.
Whoa, you know us? Huh. We've really made a name for ourselves. Wait, but did we even tell anyone we were coming to the Collective of Plenty?
Oh, you didn't know? Coach Yan-san said she invited you to our tribe, so I came out here to wait for you while I did some training. And now you're actually here. I can't believe it. This is great.
Surely we're not that big of a deal.
You're the heroes who defeated the Abyss. You're a huge deal to everyone in Natlan. I've heard the story of Tumaini so many times I can practically recite it by heart. I've been so excited to meet you ever since Coach Yan-san told me you might be coming. Oh, my name's Varessa, by the way. Not sure if Coach mentioned me before.
Not once. In fact, before you were announced, I was adamant that, you know, Janssen would be the last of the 6 core figures, but no, I guess the skin's just too dark to have plot importance, so they made a you instead. You're the one that's supposed to be like the lead rep of the 6th region now. Of like the 6th tribe, sorry.
Oh, yeah! The name sounds familiar. During the Abyss invasion, we asked Ian-san if the Collective of Plenty needed any help, but she said that Varessa had it all under control.
Did she? I don't remember that. Which means you must be an impressive warrior yourself.
Not really. It was all Uncle Akatl. All I did was clear out a few monsters. Just thinking about the invasion gives me chills even now. But that's in the past. The Collective of Plenty fared pretty well, all things considered. We finished our repairs, so now it's just a matter of helping out the other tribes. Come on. I'll take you to our camp.
Great, let's go!
Follow Varessa.
Oh, just a heads up. The volcano
Hey,
sometimes
take it back.
sends rocks crashing into this area. We go... See? There's nothing to it.
Whoa! There's treasure inside these rocks! Okay, so maybe a little...
Oh, if you've never seen Varessa's run, she literally has a Sonic the Hedgehog run. When she starts sprinting, she literally has like the wheel effects on her feet. Stop dashing ahead of me!
Need a surfboard?
Yeah, you can saw it there for a second. Oh, she had to stop.
Huh? What's this one
But yeah,
again
with the
doing
Oblivion remake, all I'll say is wake me up when they remake Morrowind.
Oh, it's a piece of training equipment. I use it all the time.
here? Training equipment?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain. Let me show you instead. Here goes nothing. And she sticks the landing!
Did that really need like a whole cutscene?
You jumped over that huge gap just like that? Incredible!
Oh, no. Anyone can do it with a bit of
that
practice.
little like mini cutscene to just kind of let the character like introduce themselves. Kind really reminds me of like Amber at the very start of the game. Like when Amber first introduces herself and they show a little cutscene. But yeah, I know I'm in the minority. Morrowind is like kind of niche nowadays.
You made it across without any training at all. That's a lot more incredible than anything I can do.
Oh, well, Paimon can fly, but you've got a point.
Bot involvement, yeah. She's got the same consequence as like Chiori or whatever her name was. That shows how relevant she was. Hang on. As Fontaine. Yeah, Chiori. If you come out to a region after the main story is done with no mention beforehand, you're objected to just one story quest and showing up in some events later on, and that's all you've got. Isn't that right, Yao Yao? Isn't that right, Carve? Isn't that right? Ito. Oh, and Artaki Ito, but Ito at least showed up in a lot of fucking events. Yeah, Yanfei as well, now I think about it. Like, probably, they would probably modernize it and make it play a lot more like the newer games. I'd still entertain it, though. I'd still give it a go. Having fun, Mulani. Let's go.
Let's ride.
Oh, it was just Sunday.
About what you told us earlier, you're saying a gigantic rock could crush us at any moment?
You know, that is a good conversation point to bring up.
Not at any moment. It's a pretty rare phenomenon. Many adventurers come here and never even get to see it, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Yeah, okay. It's not like we're that unlucky.
Paimon. Paimon, stop tempting fate.
Oh, come on! Seriously?
Don't be scared. Just charge straight at it.
What?
What? Oh, there she goes.
For that, I can't believe you smashed something that big in a single hit.
It was nothing. All it takes is a bit of training. Really, churros? Oh, it's too much of a hassle to deal with them. Let's just ram straight through. Suffer the wrath of the Eat Fleet! Try and stop me!
At least Seatlali was, like, relevant to the story. Seatlali's great.
Hey,
I hope we get
you
more
guys are
Seatlali stuff in
good.
the future.
Color me impressed.
We also canonically have the key to our house, which is wild. Where is it? Oh no, where is it? I can't remember what there it is. Yeah, we legit have the key to Seatlali's house. She gave us a spare fucking key. They keep giving you by Seatlali so that you won't wake me up by beating on the door while I'm drunk. You carefully place it alongside the handkerchief she gave you. After all, you've collected so many keys in the past, so this one needs to have a special mark to stand out.
In and out of the tribe. So we'll have to get rid of them sooner or later. Alright, let's hurry. We're almost there.
Hang on, it wants me to use the thing. So why is the sky gone so red? Maybe is that volcano erupting?
Sweet home. We made it! Welcome to the Collective of Plenty.
Whoa! This place is so cool! That platform shaped like the head of a bull is awesome!
It is crazy also to think about going back to this game. I know I keep going back to it, but it's just exciting. How we went from, like, only a few patches ago, assuming Skirt could be, like, you know, if she's going to be made playable, she won't be until, like, the game's basically done. Like, you know, like, until, like, set, like, 8-point or 9-point series. She's eons away. To, she's literally, like, in June. She's literally, like, middle of June. She's going to be playable. Like, when we get to the next patch, I'm going to be spending the whole next patch going, hey, we're 6 weeks away from Skirk. That's just insane to think about.
don't mention it. It was no trouble at all. I wish I could show you around, but I need to get home.
Oh,
I like we're super like so close to seeing what her kit's gonna look like, how she's gonna act in battle, if she's got any crazy bullshit. We didn't hold you up.
Oh, no, not at all. We made it in time. There's just something important I have to do. The most important thing after training. The post-workout meal.
Are you serious?
Otherwise, I'll be a lethargic, dizzy, hunger-addled mess. The perils of an empty stomach.
Oh, one thing I will give Natlan, though, is that Natlan introduced all these extra expressions on character faces, and it's just a nice extra thing to have.
Anyway, I'm sorry, but I gotta get some food in me. Like, yesterday. You should grab something, too. We can meet back up at the arena. See you soon.
Bam! Off she goes.
She's off. Wow, talk about whiplash. 1 second she's chill and laid back, and then the next she's charging headfirst into danger. Literally.
But in this year as a whole, like I know like we're still like early on in the year, but we're getting there. This year as a whole still has the chance to be real crazy. And it's entirely because a certain Xbox title that was heavily leaked that we know is coming is still coming. And we're just waiting for the official announcement and release date for it. Like, the moment Halo MCC drops on PS5, I'm telling you now, the schedule's going to get reworked. Because we're going to be playing some Halo. It's the spirit of youth.
The spirit of youth. Sure, whatever you say, old-timer. Paimon thinks we're still young. Anyway, why don't we take a look around in the meantime? We can head to the arena in a little bit. The view must be amazing from up there.
That's Act 1? We just met and walked up the road with her. Before we do that, actually, what might be a good idea? Let me go to my events. Let me actually show you how Veressa works for anyone who might be vaguely interested in trying her. And it was good. Also, you quickly use a charge attack. So yeah. Yeah, when you hold sprint, she goes into Sonic the Hedgehog mode. Literally Sonic the Hedgehog mode. What else would you call this? And she and because she's literally got horns on her head, and somehow she doesn't get like crushed by a boulder, you can run through like boulders and walls and shit with it. And like any like super fast character, you can use this to run across water.
Hurry up, Veressa!
Also, she has a fucking butt stomp in her attack. Ah! It's Justice O'Clock. Also, her ultimate is apparently a wrestling reference, but I don't know my wrestling references, so I'll let you guys figure that one out. So 3, 2, 1. I've had people tell me it's a wrestling reference or some description. I'm like, uh-huh.
Stop right there. Justice will prevail.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Stomp or a dropkick. Oh, Fez.
Yeah. It's justice o'clock. Kapow! Charge! Yeah! Headbutt! Whoop! Running late again. Hi! That was a cheap shot. Ow!
Okay, hey, we're done with that tutorial. Yeah, but that's her. That's Varessa. But so I'm not interested in getting Varessa because I'm on the long haul. I'm saving for Skirk, which also means I'm not getting Aoife or Cofier, or however you pronounce her name, the new Fontanian coming next patch. Also, I wouldn't get Aoife anyway because he's a man, and unless your name is Capitano, I'm not interested. Yeah, I heavily doubt it, but if they make Tori playable, I won't roll for him because I hate him. No, I love his writing. I hate him as a person. So I'm like, no, I don't want him anywhere near my team. I've got Coley on one of my teams. I'm not going to have him anywhere near her. I refuse. But assuming like the current like Furies are right. I say, like, obviously it's Furies, so take it with a grain of salt. Skirk will be my main role that I'm going to get for the rest of this patch update. After Skirk, we're on the long haul saving for Columbina, because Columbina is rumored to be in the 6-point series. Oh. Sorry, microphone got staticky again. My story is Bizo, by the way, Fez. Oh, 1 second, Varessa. There is a Paraculus behind you. Did I say sound the horn? Professional wrestling referee? Is that what you call this?
Oh, you're here already!
Yep, my dad whipped up something fantastic as always. He's a great cook. He can turn any protein or vegetable into something delicious.
No wonder you look so refreshed. That's the power of a good meal!
That's right. I was hoping to bring Uncle Akatl with me, but he wasn't home. So I guess you're stuck with me. Uncle Akatl is our chief, by the way. Who better than the chief to introduce you to the tribe, right? I've never given an official tour before. So I'm thinking I'll just explain things as we go along. Is that okay?
Of course! That sounds great!
Yeah, and like yeah, sorry, I kind of got off track. Yeah, Skirk is like the main character of interest for the 5-point series. Following the rumors and theories, Columbina 6-point series, and then after Columbina, I don't care how long it fucking takes. I know Capitano's coming back because he literally has a playable like model separate from his character model. So there is plans to make him playable. I will wait, and I will bide my time for my captain.
Okay. Whew. Then let's start.
And to be honest, the longer they leave it for the captain, the more likely he might have something extraordinary about his ability and moveset that really helps him stand out as well, other than just being really fucking deadly. Because, you know, we always talk about the hopes of maybe an Abyss element getting added when they eventually add Khaenri'ah. I would be 110% down for an Abyss element on Capitano, because it'd be their way of, like, getting around him, like, not needing the elements for his strength. And it could also be the way they justify his sword being, like, this black blade with white flame, that it's, like, something abyssal. Okay, a non-element. I get it, but you also know what I'm about to say here. It would defeat the entire point of the game's system and mechanics if there was a straight-up non-element character. The closest we got is Eula, and Eula is really situational at times because of it. Because sometimes she just can't make a mix.
My place is over there. See that fruit stand out front?
Yeah, I mean, considering the only, like, close to a physical character we have is Eula, and Eula's Cryo, and Skirk is Cryo, I mean, there's still a chance that Skirk will be in a similar field in Eula in the sense that she is more physical, just go kick-ass focused. But we'll have to see. I honestly think, if I'm being realistic, Skirk's moveset, although will be its own, I think Skirk's moveset will be somewhat comparable, to Tartaglia Child's. And my reasoning for saying this is because Child's mentor is literally Skirk. So I think at least some elements or some glimmers of how Child's moveset works, mostly the being able to hot swap a weapon at a press of a button to a completely different weapon and moveset, I wouldn't be surprised if something like that is on Skirk's moveset. It's completely abstract. I mean, yeah, but I think they don't want to because they want you to get involved with the chemistry. Like the chaos. They want you to get involved with the elements. So although they probably could, I can't imagine they would want to because it would still go against the point. They want people to be involved with the elemental systems and mechanics, which is why every character leans on it so much.
You have a fruit stand in front of your house? Does that mean you grow the fruit yourselves?
You guessed it. My family runs a huge orchard. We live really close to the main entrance of the tribe.
But we'll see.
So
the game's still
morning,
got
I wake up to
years yet.
We'll
have to see what gets added in time.
That's also when my parents start work. So that's how I know it's time to get up.
And then you all work in the orchard together.
Well, knowing it's time to get up and actually doing it are two separate things. Most of the time, I end up curling under the covers and falling back asleep.
And yeah, it would probably be a pain to integrate non-elements into an elemental system. Yeah. I mean, heck, look at Dendro. Trying to incorporate another element into the elemental system took him nearly 2 years. I think what they'll probably do, if they do an Abyssal element, is that Abyssal element will still react with the other elements. It's just, it will react in a very inverse or just different way in general from how anyone might expect. Like, instead of it just being, hey, you put these two elements together, now here's extra damage, like most interactions are, it might be something like, when the interaction happens, it goes inward and maybe, like, affects your character in some way instead. If that makes sense. Like, maybe, like, if Abyss interacts with Pyro, it, like, boosts your attack speed or some shit, to give, like, a really basic example. Or if you do it with Cryo, maybe, you have, like, an aura effect, and, like, enemies within the vicinity of that aura will take passive damage or something. You know, there's, like, little things like that. I just have Dendro be literal steroids and non-metals, yeah.
Oh, Paimon gets you. Sleeping in is the best kind of sleep. Plus, when you have the Traveler to wake you up, it's no big deal.
Next time I'm sleeping in, you can wake me up.
No, that was just a joke. Don't scare Paimon like that, Traveler.
But honestly, obviously, like, I feel like we would have heard something in the leaks field if it was going to happen with Nod Cry. But considering Dottore is actively experimenting and doing his whole, like, blasphemous research into trying to, like, make his own elemental force of some description, there is a very small, but still a chance that some kind of extra element will be teased in Nodcry. Or maybe even made available in Nodcry. I said, there's nothing that's like even remotely suggested is happening compared in leaks, so I'm going to assume not. But there is a glimmer of a chance because of that background that something will be there.
Well, maybe you can both sleep in sometime.
I go through to a non-physical skirk. Compliment with Nahida, which not only heals skirk, but also adds another 50% at B spike stack. Yeah.
Once I get up, I usually
It's like, so
help
if
my
we
parents around the house,
when we're out of this
head out for
cutscene, I'll bring it
training,
up again.
then come
If we
home for
assume that the
lunch.
set that very much looks like it's built for Skirk is for Skirk, we can use the 4 sets paragraph explanation to give a vague idea of how Skirk will work. And it does vaguely sound like she can hold her own on her own to an extent. Because her kit is all about, like, when you're basically at 0, not health-wise, they mean as in, like, elemental energy and elemental resonance. When you're at, like, flat fucking 0, you get huge boosts. And then when you attack, you give yourself that elemental energy, and it starts to slowly, like, eat away at her attack. But you can then put her to one side or, like, bench her. We're saying this is just how this artifact set works. You can then put her to one side or bench her, and she starts, like, releasing that energy. Almost like she's, like, overdosing and has to get it out of her system. And that energy, through the artifact set, can affect your other party members. But that doesn't mean that's anything to do with Skirk's set individually. That's just the artifact set and what the artifact set says it does when you have that set on. So that doesn't have anything to do with her kit or how she actually works. It's just if we assume that that is her artifact set, we can extrapolate, like, things from it to get a vague idea of what she might have.
After lunch is when my parents do their delivery
But I said, I'll
runs.
go back through it again
So
afterwards.
then it's my turn to work in the orchard.
Oh, Pineapple
But that's just the
loves
artifact set, so that might have nothing to do with her kit whatsoever. But the idea of that, like, the set seems to, like, benefit off of her not having energy or elemental resonance and get huge, crazy buffs out of it. As I said, I mean, I can see the cripples in it just looking at it, because some characters, like, I can see maybe Eula getting something out of it, but some characters just really don't benefit from having low energy. They kind of need high energy to get the most out of them, more so than just getting a damage boost at low energy. Like, Mona is a perfect example to use a standard 5-star. Low elemental energy Mona, there's no attack boost in the planet will make the difference than having high elemental mastery would. Because her damage multiplier and her affection is too heavily reliant on the elements.
Come with me.
But yeah, let me just read it out to you. Oh my, sorry, this music, that melody, I just realized I recognize it. That's from the original teaser. They finally used this music. This is from the original story teaser, the Tevat storyline teaser. Here it is. When the equipping character has 0 elemental energy, normal attack damage is increased by 60% and elemental burst is increased by 60%. After the equipping character deals normal damage, the aforementioned burst effect will stop applying for 6 seconds. After the equipping character deals burst damage, the normal effect will not work. So basically, you have a boost. If you use normal attack, you have to lean on a normal attack for the next 6 seconds, because burst will not get the bonus. But if you use your burst, it's the other way around. Your normal attack will be nerfed, but your burst will be will hold the boost. Which probably more likely means that Skirk's burst will be continuous. That when you use her, like, ultimate, you use her burst, it will maintain and continue doing damage, or maybe it will lead into, like, her burst being an alternate moveset, so it doesn't count as normal attack, or something to that extent. So, like, you're all in on physical attack until you need to use the burst. Then when you use the burst, you're all in on the burst until it runs out. This effect can trigger even if the equipping character is off the field. Meaning if someone else uses a physical attack, Skirk's physical attack will still maintain the buff, but her burst will still like lose it for the next 6 seconds. Or if someone else uses the burst, it might be in your best interest to then immediately swap to Skirk and use her burst because she still has the buff. So what we're saying is, Skirk can be a one-lady army, but not in the sense of, like, you just have her be on her own. In the sense of you can have it be 1 DPS and 3 supports. Because supports, usually their best support is in their burst. So if you're using their burst, her burst is still good to go. I'm saying burst a lot. Burst, 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 burst. So you can have 3 supports, just buff the ever-living shit out of her and her damage, swap to her, use her burst, and it's probably a continuous thing, and then just rip heads off. That's probably how she'll work. Just reading that then. But until we know more, like, I might start grinding this artifact set, because like I said, it's a pretty safe bet. It's Skirk's artifact set, because they tend to do that a lot. It's either the patch of, or a couple patches before, they add the artifact set that will include upcoming characters. And neither Janssen or Veressa, I think, need this artifact set. I believe they're both actually this one. So why have an artifact set if no one can use it that looks like Skirk's armor and is called the Finale of the Deep Galleries? Like, it's a pretty safe bet. It's probably Skirk's set. It's going to be broken measure in the physical face against, yeah. But I might start, like, passively grinding that, like, in my spare time until we know more. Because once we get a better idea of her kit, then I know what substats to aim for. Because right now, I'll just go for my standard. Just attack, crit rate, cryo, maybe even attack percentage on the middle one. So like HP, base attack percentage, cryo damage, and then either crit rate or crit damage, depending which one's more. And then substats just lean heavily on crit until we know more of what's going on. Also, there's this tiny little island way over here I need to check out at some point. But yeah, that's all we can extrapolate, is that's probably how it is. That her burst is probably like a stance or shift, and it's continuous to some extent, so she can continue doing damage and it counts as her burst. But it's just you have to commit. Like her trade-off, similar to how Arlecchino's trade-off is that you can the only way to heal is to build up the blood energy. So if you don't, Skirk's trade-off to like stop her being unstoppable is the fact that you have to commit to one side or the other. You're either using attacks and not her burst, or you're using her burst and not her attacks. Because the moment you use one, you'll have to commit to it, because that's how you get the damage bonus. Which I think is a good trade-off in a sense to do the balance. How it will pan out, we'll see, because Arlecchino is fucking busted. Oh no, she can't heal normally. She has to heal like a mundane, like awkward way. It's like, oh yeah, that really means much when she just kills everything. Cool. Oh hey, Janssen. Are you voiced yet? I can't remember.
Oh, Coach Janssen. Are you here to do some training?
Nope. Just
you
doing
are voiced
some
awesome.
on the equipment here while I have some time. Oh, it's you two. Welcome to the Collective of Plenty. Look, I bought this at the stadium the other day.
Aw. Yeah, Janssen, I wish you were a 5-star.
We've seen
Like, I'm glad there are now like a couple more 4-stars, because it was just Kachina in Natlan for a bit. But at the same time, Janssen was one of the characters I was kind of like, man, I hope they make her a 5-star and make her super cool. And to be honest, like everything that I wanted her to have, they kind of gave Veressa. Like the moment we learned, it's like, oh, they're athletes. Okay, well, I hope they have like super speed and have like high jumps and shit. And then like Janssen's got the super speed and that's it. It's like, oh, great, thanks.
It's not easy to get your hands on one of these. I had to wait in a super long line.
Ooh, I bought a top with that design too.
You have a shirt with my
Right
face
next
on
to
it?
my
Oh,
bed.
God. Oh, how embarrassing.
Don't be shy. After everything you did,
I
for
think if I ever
Natlan,
get
you
successful
deserve
enough
the
that I can like
recognition.
make my own like clothing line and whatnot, like you know like how a lot of like content creators do, I think I probably would put like my like icon, my profile on a shirt, but I don't think I would like put me on a shirt. Like, you know, like I think like I would be like ugh, no, I don't want to see me on a fucking shirt.
Oh, I meant to ask, what brings you out here anyway?
We're just doing some adventuring. We don't have any concrete plans. We ran into Veressa on the road, and she was nice enough to lead us the rest of the way.
It's my pleasure. Still keeping up with your training, Veressa? No slacking, I hope. Yes, Coach. Did 3 full shuttle runs, just as you instructed, Coach.
Yeah, get yourself a girl as loyalty as someone puts your face on a shirt, especially if she loves you. Yeah. I can't believe Veressa, who didn't even know who we were, but knows that, like, know us personally, I mean, but knows we're the hero of Natlan, brought a fucking shirt with our face on it. Make that an alternate costume, Hoyoverse.
Good. Then we'll continue with the training plan. As for your diet, actually, no dieting for now. As you are. Feel free to use any of the equipment around here. But if you're planning to do strength training, make sure you have a spotter.
Yeah, no kidding. Those weights are huge, I just realized. What the fuck?
Of course. Don't need to tell me twice, Coach.
Wait, but isn't a special diet a huge part of bodybuilding? Veressa doesn't need one?
Oh, it's kind of a long story. I suppose you could say Veressa is among the
Give me a
select
make the
few
shirt a
who have
rippable
natural
merch
gift.
wallpaper arc.
When she first started training with me, I started her on a standard training regimen and wrote out a simple recipe plan.
Oh,
to
you know
give
what
to
I'm
her
also
father.
curious about? Like, whilst it's on my mind, what the 0.8 for this version's gonna be. For those who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, the very last patch of any, like, major version, so, like, 1.6, and then 2.8, 3.8, and 4.8, all, like, these, like, holiday updates where you, like, take a couple side characters and go do a fun activities in a temporary area. And that temporary area always has things that teases either directly teases a story, teases characters, or teases themes in the upcoming patch. I'm curious what they're going to do with this one, like, assuming they're even doing it, considering we're going to Nod Cry. Like, it was like, oh, holiday location, oh, it's a prison, yeah, I wonder what this is thematic of, you know, like, I can't think of anywhere that's, like, happy holiday that would then go lead straight into Nod Cry. But I've also heard murmurs that maybe they're not going to do one this year, and they're going to go straight into it after they're, like, all done with Natlan, which would also be kind of crazy, but we'll have to see. So it was a reunion story, yeah.
But it left me so hungry.
My favourite holiday
muster
patch
up
is
the
still
energy to make
2.8,
it to
but
class.
2.8 is also my favourite limited event period, and it upsets me that that's not accessible anymore. Because it's really good, and I've talked about it before, it's what actually, like, elaborates on Fischl. It elaborates on Fischl, it elaborates on Mona, it feels like the Cardoher quest that he should have got. And Xingyan was really nice to see there. We actually got to see Xingyan with her hair down, and she looks so beautiful.
Yeah, that was my fault. It was just your average nutrition plan.
Because
But
1.6
Veressa's
was just
metabolism
keep
is
Klee
something
happy,
else.
hear Alice's voice for a bit. 3.8 was the forest with Eula dealing with an extra member of her family, and there was a few themes of, like, things aren't quite what they seem, which teased Fontaine, where Fontaine is all kind of built on lies a little bit. And then the toy army and the soldiers fighting against an enemy they don't understand is obviously reflective of the war against the Abyss in Natlan.
Once I studied her eating habits, I was able to tailor it to her needs.
Yeah, Coach is
Speaking
really
of Alice,
thoughtful that way.
I wonder when
Now
she's
I
gonna
feel
get,
like
like,
I'm
shown
making
off,
real
like, at all.
progress.
Like, she's
training
voiced, and
classes
we've
are a
seen
lot more
an
fun.
early concept model of her. It's just, when is she gonna come into existence?
Veressa is currently my top student. She can lift even more than me.
Wait, but you're the coach and the victor of the pilgrimage.
Don't sound so surprised. This kind of thing is really common in the fitness world. Everyone starts from a different baseline.
Wow, that's amazing.
And, like, there is a part of me that wishes some limited events would get, like, permanent access like they do in Honkai Star Rail and Zenless. The only trouble is, this game's install size is big enough as is. If we started making, like, a lot of the limited events accessible, this game would inflate in size so much. The reason why they keep the size somewhat down is once the event's over, they, in the next patch, they uninstall that content from your console when the next patch comes around. So they literally just get rid of the data that doesn't matter anymore. It's why every patch is like 40 gig, but at the same time, the actual install size of the game doesn't seem to go up. It's because it's also uninstalling a bunch of shit from the old ones. Semantic replay of the entire story? Yeah, Zenless has that. Only Zenless, though. The other two have just the voice acting and recaps, but Zenless, you can go to the DVD player next to the TV in your house and rewatch every cutscene in the game.
I'm not exaggerating either. Veressa is extremely strong. All she needs is a bit more confidence.
Oh, well,
But yeah, in both Genshin and HSR,
it's
it's just you can
Coach is
replay
a
the
great
voice acting
teacher.
and read, and it's like, that's not quite the same.
it didn't take much effort at all.
Just further proof that you're natural.
Oh, believe me, I'm not. I mean, sure, I can face a few monsters and lift some heavy training equipment, but I'm useless when it comes to fighting other people.
And then there's a lot of modding opportunities
I'm scared
here.
I'll hurt someone.
Oh, that makes sense. But what about the pilgrimage?
Speaking of, like, to give you a vague idea, like, from, like, all the Hoyoverse games, what's coming up, we are 2 weeks away from Castoris coming out in Honkai Star Rail, 4 weeks away from getting Vivian in Zenless, which I will be rolling for. After Vivian, we are 8 weeks from Skirk, and after Skirk, we're either 1 week or 3 weeks, depending, from the Fate collab in Honkai Star Rail. There is a lot of shit kicking off in not a lot of time. I can see you can replace the model skins, yeah. Like Hoyoverse are kind of like firing off on all cylinders over the summer. It's kind of wild. Especially because after Vivian, we have Hugo, which, like I said, I might roll on principle, because I kind of got a stand to reason, even though I don't really roll for men, that he's like one of the most interesting antagonists in a Hoyoverse game I've played in a while. And it's like, nah, I think I kind of owe it to him for being a great fucking antagonist that I should roll for him. But we'll see. But then after Hugo, we're approaching 2.0. Which is like kind of obviously exciting in of itself. Because I want to see what the first major overhaul update for Zenless entails, and what they change, what they improve, etc, etc. Like, honestly, Zenless is the one I'm most excited for.
Team stage.
Because
I'm not
Genshin,
good
like,
at
I
fighting
don't
actual
completely
people.
fuck with Natlan, as we've said before. And in Honkai Star Rail, I love the lore of Amphorius, but I kind of don't fuck with where the game is on a gameplay sense, like with meta and whatnot. Zenless is the only one that's like kind of consistent. I'm interested in where the story's going and like how it is. And every new character they add doesn't feel like they break the game in two in a new way. They're just a fun addition to your meta and to your team to make work. Like, Astra's gonna stay in my team probably until the heat death of the universe. Like, like Astra's just a really fun support, and I like using her.
When it comes to power, it's all about control. Take these weights, for example. It takes strength to lift them, yes, but also to control the weight when you set them down. True mastery means control during both motions.
I know that, and I can do it just fine during training. But whenever I have to face a real person, I start to doubt myself.
Fair, Farisa. It'll come in time.
Thanks. I appreciate the support. As long as I keep training, I'm sure I'll get it eventually. Well, we should get going, Coach. I told the Traveler and Paimon I would show them around the orchard.
Sounds good. I hope you enjoy your time here.
However, Janssen, see you probably never again, because it feels like they really don't care to have you be involved in anything. Janssen's probably the biggest thing I'm upset by. Like, she was the face of the of Natlan before it came out. Natlan came out, and she has so little plot relevance to anything. Like, people like make the joke of like 007, where it's like 0 plot relevance, 0 voice lines of dialogue, 7 minutes total playtime. It's like, yeah. It's so underwhelming how done dirty Janssen was. And I have my theories, but there's no point going into it. Yeah, like she was pushed so heavily as the face of Natlan beforehand, and then when she finally came around, she just kind of doesn't exist, and I'm like... I mean, the first hint should have been their first proper teaser trailer, where they showed off the cast of characters, and Janssen's on screen for less than half a second. It's like, That should have been the giveaway. That should have been the sign that she's going to be unrelevant to anything.
Good girl, Vanana.
The fact that Varessa's
for
had more
guarding the
voice
house.
lines and screen time already, and she was
What would
introduced
take
this
to
patch,
duplicate
is
you?
kind of my point.
Did you have another growth spurt? Hey, I was just taking a look, not inviting you to wrestle. Next time, okay? Oh, this is Vanana. She keeps watch over the orchard when no one's here. She's a tough little thing, but also a clingy baby at heart.
But then saying that, I think the character, like, as I said, when they did the Savat overview trailer, they showed off one character, or in Fontaine's case, technically two, but one thing at a time, for each region. It was Diluc for Mondstadt, Ningguang for Liyue, Ayaka for Inazuma, Sino for Sumeru, Linny and Lynette for Fontaine, Janssen for Natlan. And do you want to know who they teased for, like, who they did for Snezhnaya? The Rooster, or the mayor of Snezhnaya. And, like, the Rooster, I'm like, I don't think he's going to be playable, though. He might be, but I don't think he'll be playable. And my reasoning for this is that he would use a small model, like the child model. Except the only child model that is made in the game right now is female. They don't have a male child model, like for like playable characters, I mean. So they would have to make one. And that's the only reason why I'm like, I'm not sure if they're gonna make him playable. Intentional swerve. That's moving the audience. I'm reaching. Yeah, probably. And then after that, there's when they tease Dainsleif. But that is, we'll see. They tease Dainsleif with Karnria, and then they tease your twin for Celestia. But it's not Celestia, it's the very ending of the game. Because we know there's chapters between Karnria and the Flowers Field. It's we've got the Abyss and Celestia, and then it's the Field of Flowers. The Field of Flowers is probably where the final boss is going to take place. It's just whether the Field of Flowers is in the depths of the Abyss or beyond the Point of Heavens in Celestia, we don't know yet. It's which way they want to go for the finale. If we do Abyss then Celestia or Celestia then Abyss. We just don't know. We just know that after, because it's confirmed, after Nod Cry and Snezhnaya is Karnria. We are going into, like, the Abyss and Trodden Land.
Anyway, this is my family's orchard. Come on, I'll show you around.
Which is the other reason why I think if Nodcry is the entire next series of patches, like the whole next year of content once it's out, they're going to use that opportunity to start cleaning up the map. Because I think once Karnria takes over, it's going to be like all in on just focusing there. Because that's going to be where like the plot kicks off, you know?
After all, being so close to the volcano makes the soil extra fertile. So everything that grows around here is amazing, especially the fruit. We sell
Also, after this cutscene, I'm going to quickly take a bathroom break, and I'm also going to refill my water.
Keep the rest for ourselves.
Well, if you have to live next to a volcano, at least you get something good out of it.
That's right. Well, since we're here, why don't we pick some and have ourselves a little snack?
Wait, but didn't you just eat?
Yeah, but there's always room for dessert. Plus, we don't have to pick that many. A few dozen should do it.
Jesus Christ, Varessa, you have the metabolism other people would kill for. What do you mean a few dozen?
You know that fruit stand in front of my house? Well, as a kid, whenever my dad was working at the stand, I would tug on his shirt and ask for a piece of fruit. I would scarf it down in a heartbeat and then ask for another. Before long, people would gather around just to watch. My dad told me I made the fruit look so delicious, more and more people started coming to our stand, which, of course, made me want to eat even more. The customers would ruffle my hair and say, "It's good to have a healthy appetite. You'll grow up big and strong for sure."
And not one of them went, "Man, kid, you just ate like 20 apples. Are you alright?"
So I would smile, which would get my dad to smile. And then my mom, too.
Aw, that's so cute! Plus, free fruit whenever you want.
So yeah, that's a very wholesome backstory. No one died, no one suffered, you haven't like got some kind of trauma that made you eat loads. You're just a kid that ate, and because you ate all the time, people thought the food was good, so brought food from your stand, which made you happy, which made your parents happy. That's really fucking sweet.
With all that said, it also helped that our fruit actually tastes really good. And I'm not just saying that. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Oh, and there's an epic feast showdown in a few days. So
Epic
we're providing
feast
a bunch
showdown.
of the fruit for the desserts.
Epic Feast Showdown?
Okay, even Paimon's like, what the fuck are you on about?
Oh, sorry. It's
Also,
basically a speed eating
you know what's kind of
contest.
funny as
We
well?
need to prepare a ton of
Varessa's theme,
ingredients.
like from like her trailers, you know, every character gets a theme. Varessa's theme in her trailer legit has like an electric guitar whizzing through all of it. Like it's super bouncy and like high energy rock, and it's just like, what? Am I sure this fits? Like, like it's good. It's a good track, but I'm like, are you sure? I don't really know if it fits her. Get me wrong, but this will join seeing a character simply just be happy.
So
Exactly.
don't worry about anything going
She's
to
just a
waste.
little like.
Okay.
Like Varessa's just a
Let's
little
get
cupcake,
picking.
you know? Like she's just a little like cutie patootie.
Alright.
It's just a happy-go-lucky,
What should we
bouncy personality. Let's just go live our life.
Why is there a mushroom over there?
Oh, that kind of mushroom. They kind of appeared out of nowhere when we first planted the orchard. They grow really fast and don't require any water or fertilizer. Oh, and the flavor is amazing. You can grill them, stir-fry them, or even
But yeah,
eat
her
them raw.
metabolism is godlike.
The flavor
Because look,
has almost,
like, did it just all go to her thighs? Is that what I'm supposed to believe? I
taste to
don't.
it.
Look at how, look at that, that waist. There is no way you could eat as much as she does and have a waist that small. I refuse to believe it.
A mushroom that tastes like a fruit? That's a new one.
Maybe it absorbed nutrients from the nearby fruit trees.
That could be. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, if it tastes like a fruit, then it fits right in. Who cares where it came from?
Varessa, I love your carefree attitude.
Go ahead. Pick as much as you want. Might as well get some mushrooms too, and I'll whip up something to eat.
I like how, like, the other tribal quests, by the way, in comparison... Oh, fuck, this is a competition? Shit. I didn't realize we were competing. Alright, I'm breaking a second. I was like, some of the other ones, it's like... Chashka's is all about, like, helping the people, like, grieve the losses of the war and find their way forward and not turn it into, like, other opportunities. Like, one of them, I can't remember which one it is. One of them is, like, focused on realizing that, like, children are going missing, and there's actually, like, a kidnapping and brainwashing ring going on in the tribe that you have to, like, uproot. Some darker and more morbid shit. And then over here it's like, hey, Varessa likes to eat. Go get food. Yay!
Whoa, that's quite
I
the
genuinely
haul.
need to wee, so I am going to go. I wasn't expecting it to go straight into a challenge, so give me 1 minute. I'm just going to use the loo and refill my water. 1 second. Right, I'm back. I also had a chocolate bar while I was at it just to give me a little extra oomph.
Well, you need a bunch of ingredients for the eating competition.
It's a bad
right?
habit. And
That
like,
will give
if
you
I
some
take a
help.
break midstream and go downstairs, because obviously my office is upstairs, the amount of times I'm just like, oh, I might as well just take like one chocolate bar out the fridge while I go, give myself a little extra sugar.
Oh, and you were right about the fruit. Paimon tried one, and it was one of the sweetest, juiciest pieces of fruit Paimon has ever had. You must sell out every time. Also, Paimon tried one of the mushrooms too. In a weird way, it really did taste like a fruit.
Okay, I'm glad Paimon's explaining all of this. I wish like we could have intervened and gone, yeah, it's really nice. Like, just let Lumine speak.
We should call them berry shrooms.
Every so often, Paimon knows what she's talking about.
Wait. Something tells Paimon that's not a compliment.
Well, thanks to your help, we can call it early today. Oh, I promised you a meal, didn't I? I'll be right back.
Are you gonna bolt off again? I know she walked this time.
I'm not the greatest cook, so...
Oh yeah,
it's
Rin's
nothing
pretty all
special.
there. Yeah, you're from your mod.
Still, high-quality ingredients are hard to mess up.
Don't sell yourself short. It looks great. Paimon can smell the umami from here. Whoa. This is completely different from the raw taste.
I like them both.
I'm glad. This kind of mushroom is a favorite in the tribe, but it's not well known outside the Collective of Plenty. Actually, we're hoping to use the upcoming competition to introduce it to a wider audience. Uncle Atoli has been coming up with new recipes like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I imagine like a lot of games, when you go modded, it's hard to go back.
Hey, you two should sign up. Only if you want to, of course.
What do you think, Paimon?
Oh, you mean the Epic Feast Showdown? Yeah, Paimon would love to sign up. She
Yeah,
might not
Paimon
do
just
very
like
well,
loves
though.
food, but it doesn't mean she can suddenly just eat things bigger than her.
Don't worry. You can tap out at any time. Nothing goes to waste. I'll take care of anything you can't finish.
Wow, that confidence.
Oh, good. Wait, aren't you competing too? Oh, then Paimon doesn't stand a chance.
You never know until you try. Oh, besides, from what I just saw, it looks like you can hold your own. Well, anyway, winning isn't the point. Just think of it as an opportunity to try our local delicacies.
Probably the same for other Hoyo games. I mean, especially Zenless. I think like Zenless is like the ultimate like modding material, like Hoyoverse game.
Oh, good point.
Especially because all the models have such radically different shapes and sizes that you can probably find like the perfect one for each one that like makes it kind of crazy.
Nice! Then let's sign up together! Time for Paimon to show these people what she's made of!
Listen, when I was a kid, I always had the opposite problem, is I'd always eat very little. Okay, so the whole of Act 1 was go meet the town, the whole of Act 2 was chat to Janssen for 5 minutes, go pick up some food. Yeah, this story is very low-key. Veresa's story is very, like, vibes only. I see you. It says there's a pyro thing, like, around here. Into Woowa Mundos too. Speaking of Woowa, I saw the new character trailer. I forget her name. Man, I didn't realize it was a fucking competition between it and Zenless for who can be like the most like cheeky. Also, yes, I have seen the image. I have seen the particular image. If you don't know what I'm talking about, in the new trailer, there is a point where you could straight up see an extremely, kind of worryingly well-defined camel toe on the new character. Like, you could, like, it is, like, on screen. Like, you can fucking see it, and it's like, oh, no, they're getting bold. Oh, shit. And then, yeah, they have that ending where they go super hyper anime, and, like, show the character, like, licking a cherry before eating it, and, like, being, like, super zoomed in on the mouth, and it's like, I know that's, like, a kink, and people like it, but I just, like, ugh.
Be careful! Watch out for low-flying rebel!
So, yeah, no, I mean, you only see it for, like, half a second, but there is a point where it's, like, full-on frame, you can see the line. Like they detailed like the crease in on like in the middle of her shorts, and I'm like, why did they do that? Also, if you're wondering what's going on here, we know about this because it was teased ahead. But every now and then, the volcano will just erupt, and if you're outside, you're in danger, and that's currently what's happening. And it's just timed interval. No, I mean like the camera's zooming way in on the mouth like that. I'm just not into. Of course, I'm into tongue. I'm a man of culture. Of course, I'm into tongue. But you know what I mean. Like when it's just like, oh, when you get to see them like lick and eat slowly something else. I'm like, yeah, that's cute and all, but I'm not really that into that.
Is it over? Oh yeah, seems like it's over.
It's been a while. When Veressa told me you signed up for the Epic Feast Showdown, I could barely believe it. Sounds like Veressa might finally be in for a challenge this year.
I need it.
Honestly.
Now, honestly, you want to know like the biggest thing that I want anytime I'm like actually like in a relationship? Like my most completely like nonsensical, most minute little thing that just like makes me all bubbly and happy inside. It's not a kink, it's just something I really enjoy. Being able to rest my head on their lap. I don't know how else to put it. I think I've talked about it before, that like it's the most comfiest thing ever. Like it's comfier than like my pillows. Resting my head on like a girl's lap is just paradise to me. Like I could fall asleep. Like I want my deathbed to be on someone's lap. Like it is just so fucking cozy.
What's wrong? Sounds like you're still half asleep.
I'm a pretty fucking vanilla guy though when it comes to like kinks though. I really am.
Just hungry.
Right,
It's
turn a hug.
competition day, so.
Oh, I am a huge cuddler. But that's just in general. That's not just like romantic sense. That's like I will hug blokes. I will hug dudes as well. I will hug anyone who wants a hug. I am a hugging person. I just like hugs.
Got it. I can wait.
Oh, about the competition. Usually you have to pay for the food if you don't finish. But when I heard you two were coming, I talked to Atoli and we agree to waive your expenses.
Cool.
Really? So we get to eat for free? Awesome! Now we can just take it easy and box up whatever we don't finish!
Thanks, we appreciate the generosity.
Please, it's our pleasure. You've done so much for Natlan. Just think of it as a small token of gratitude.
Oh yeah, but that's just standard. You can't just love someone for the good side. You need to love them for everything. That's just a standard thing. That's not like a personal preference.
When the abyss
If your love is only surface level, one way or another, it will always crumble eventually.
But the volcano became unusually active. As the guardians of
It was what destroyed my old man's third marriage. Is that my stepmom had quirks that he always knew about, but just chose to ignore, and then it just ate at the marriage. And it's like, oh wow, crazy.
Veressa was a key member of that team.
And I say that, but my natural father like picks his truths how he pleases, so I know it wasn't her fault. She never changed anything. It was Mick. It was my old man. He got less patient. I don't know what I'm saying. Like, you'll take a bit to pickaxe some of my kinks out. I do have them, but I am mostly a vanilla guy. There's not much that really like is like a thing for me. I just kind of like being around company. I like having people with me. I like having cuddle buddies. I like having lap pillows. I like having someone that I can put a controller in their hand and go, hey, do you want to play some games? And they go, hell yeah.
There were abyss tumors all around the summit.
It's why I tend to get along with tomboys more, because you can be like kind of like a lot more casual.
But once the Pyro Archon did her thing, we were able
like sometimes it's like not saying it's like to be judgmental or anything, and I hope no one takes it like this. But like sometimes you get like the girly girls, and it's like, hey, do you want to play like a video game? And they go, oh, video game, and I'm like, oh, here we go.
Looking back on it, the goal was probably to hold us up so we couldn't send reinforcements to the areas around the stadium.
And that's used to their own.
Good point. Your
I'm always
trip
very
was
understanding.
full of
If someone
great
doesn't want a hug,
warriors with all
I
the
won't
training they
ask,
do.
I won't offer.
But
It's
this
just what
really
it
is
is.
a cunning enemy. Oh, and you mentioned something about the guardians
Now,
of
let's not turn.
Poland?
Let's not. It's still Women's Month.
What does that mean?
But you know what I mean, and that's it, and that's how we can leave it.
That is a duty our
It's still
people have
Women's Month.
held
I love
for
all women.
generations.
So also wanting it.
The volcano
I mean, I
is
kind of
very
get that because I'm
important
always
to
worried that
us.
I will be a burden
It
because of my
brings
physical
disaster,
needs and my PTSD.
but also
But equally, I still want to be in a
opportunity.
relationship, so it's kind of like a hard thing where it's like, well, I have to fucking suck it up eventually.
Our people rose to the challenge of living in this environment, and in return, we get fertile soil and a thriving ecosystem.
You know what was kind of funny though? Was I was at work, I think it was last week, and like two colleagues, one that's like a little younger than me, one that's like twice my age. Like it was like a quiet bit, and they were just chatting, and they were just talking about relationships in general. And I happened to walk past doing it, and both of them, and I appreciate it. I took it as a compliment. Assumed I must have some secret girlfriend somewhere. So they went, "Oh, you must have a girlfriend, right?" And I was like, "No." And they went, "What?" And I went, "What do you mean, what?" And I went, "What do you mean you don't have a girlfriend?" I was like, "I don't." And they went, "How do you not have a girlfriend?" And I was like, "Thanks, but no, I don't." Like, I took it as a compliment that they just assumed that I would have one, but at the same time, I was just like, "No, I've been single for years."
That's right. The Natlanese are never ones to shy away from a challenge. Although, whenever we spot unusual volcanic activity, we always report it to the stadium.
Oh, so there's a lot more to this place than good food, huh?
I say that there is a goal that, like,
Hold on.
we're very much like, we're
Where
not
did
together,
Veronica go?
and we're not necessarily like
Wasn't she just
fancying each
here?
other. It's more like we're building up a friendship, and we're building up points, just kind of see if this, like, to kind of like do the mature thing and basically like test the waters to see maybe. And like we'll kind of see how that goes. I don't think it will go into a relationship sense because there is a lot between us that's just different enough that it makes things awkward. But she's still someone I'd love to be good friends with, and we do hang out a fair bit, so we'll see. All the time you come across anime protagonists of potential you got, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just like talking to people and like making friends. Even though I'm introverted, which is like, I know really hypocritical and like completely backwards, but I genuinely like, when I want my space, I need my fucking space. But if you're a friend in that space, I love you. If that makes sense. Like, I need my space. I don't like going outside. I don't like being hanging out with crowds. I really struggle with like anything more than like a couple people. But if you're in that group, if you're in my social circle, maybe an ambivert, I have no idea what that is. I can hold a conversation. I can, obviously, because I live stream, so you have to kind of be able to hold a conversation with yourself, really, to be able to live stream. And I'm okay with like one, maybe two people. And if you want me to go out, and you have to plan well in advance. If you say like on the day, let's go out, you're getting a no because I'm not mentally prepared for the outside world yet. Oh my god, you spend like 10 plus hours on a computer every day. Maybe I'm between introvert and extrovert. I mean, but I'm not extrovert though, because I don't like outside. I don't like major social interactions. It's not that like I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm very introverted. It's just if I welcome you into that circle, I'm a lot better about it. If that makes sense.
Oh, you know, I just saw her leave.
Like
I thought
someone who's in my
must have called for
close-knit
her.
circle is much more likely to be able to convince me to go outside than someone I'm just casual friends with. It's not I'm casual friends with. It's like, oh, let's do something next week. I'll be like, oh, no, I'm busy next week. Oh, whenabouts? Ah, all fucking week. But if it's like someone I'm a real close friend with, I'm kind of like close to sort of thing. If they still say, hey, do you want to do something later today? I'll go, no, because I'm not prepared for it. But if they're like, hey, like in like 3 days time, do you think you can be free for a bit? I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll fit you in. I'll hang out with you for a couple hours. Because you're in my circle, so I find it less difficult to do. But I can't impulsively do something. If you say, let's go meet up tomorrow, you're getting a no. I need to mentally prepare myself to go outside because I don't like being outside. It makes me, like, uneasy. And that's mostly because of trauma, like my PTSD. Because I got, like, when I was, like, being abused, I got stalked home a lot, unfortunately. Or just stalked in general a lot. And so it's just a natural, like, part of me that I can't break off very easily. I'm a lot better with it now because, you know, I walk to work 4 days a week. I walk home from work 4 days a week at like 10:30 in the evening. So obviously it's late, it's dark, and it's scary. but I'm a lot better about it and things like that. But I still have to prepare myself. I manage it with work because it's the same week schedule. It's the same 4 days a week, the same time zones, the same etc, etc. So it's easy to work around. But if it was like random days every week and I was just called up on the day you come in, I would collapse. I would leave that job so quickly.
My guess is that she followed the scent of the food straight to the kitchen.
Let's go check on her. Paimon understands the torture of an empty stomach better than anyone.
Shut up, Paimon.
I'll lead the way.
Alright, Act 3. Field Fungal Traces. Alright, the Act 3 with one character was saving a child that had been brainwashed and manipulated to think someone else was their mother so they would secretly work the mines. Another person was trying to help a whole town cope with the grief of the death of the war. Let's see if Varessa's chapter is like that, or if it's just, ooh, I hungry.
Oh, that smell. So delicious.
Gee, I think it's the latter. It's very refreshing that this is so upbeat and happy, but at the same time, whole conversation. You can read body language. I mean, reading body language and stuff, that's just like because I'm used to being around, even against my will, being around people that I kind of learned to pick up on things. Everything else, I can't trust enough. That's hard practice. I mean, changing topics like mid-conversation, that's just because of how my brain is. But all the rest is hard trained. I couldn't just do it naturally. I've practiced and practiced and practiced. Whether it's in the mirror, whether it's with like people who like don't mock me for being a like cringy, embarrassed idiot that doesn't know how to talk to people. Like people I deeply trust, things like that. Like it's taken a lot of time. And considering how much I ramble at points, that should still be proof enough that I still struggle from time to time. Where I just go off topic and just start rambling about bullshit for half an hour. That's just because, like, I struggle to keep with it with everyone else. I struggle to keep with the conversation. I just narrow down. Yeah, you get the opposite vibes because that's the point. That's why I did so much practice when I was younger. So then I come across natural. It's also why I stutter sometimes. You might hear me every now and then go, as I go to talk or whatever. That's literally me trying my damnedest to fight to talk. Because otherwise I would just not say anything.
Juicy mushrooms, melted cheese, mouth-watering.
Did I need that shot game? Did I need the booty wiggle game?
Ah, look who it is.
It's also why I laugh or giggle at the end of a lot of my sentences, because that's just general nervousness of talking kicking in.
I thought I felt.
I only don't do it when I'm thinking about it, and so force myself to stop.
To get between you and your next meal.
She says I do, yeah.
The food just
but I don't really need to do it anymore because you know work does that for me. Working in retail, you kind of have to fucking talk to people. It's kind of crazy idea, I know, but still.
Wait, is this priest meat stew? Thank you, Uncle Atoli.
Trying to repel it.
Veressa! You really did head straight for the kitchen. What's up? You seemed lost in your own world just now.
Oh, it's you. Sorry. I completely spaced out just now.
Okay, yeah, Veressa's whole thing really is that she's just a big foodie, her. She's a foodie who's also really physically muscly strong and also does wrestling.
The next thing I knew, I was all the way over here with a bowl.
So anyway, I'm writing wife next to my notes on the character.
Don't worry about it. I think we can all guess what happened.
Prep took longer than usual.
I could use this.
Competition. Sorry for making you wait, Veressa, especially on an empty stomach.
No worries, Uncle Atoli. Your delicious soup fixed me right up.
Veressa just has the face where, like, I just want to, like, pinch her cheeks. Is it just me? Like, she's just got, like, she's just, like, I know, like, most characters have kind of big eyes because anime, but she's just kind of, like, big-eyed, bright smile, colorful personality. You just want to, like, squeeze her cheeks and go, you cute little thing, you.
Oh, that sounds more like the Veressa we know.
I become completely useless when I'm hungry.
You're not you when you're hungry.
I wanted to focus
literally.
on the conversation back there, but...
It was like, I can't remember if it was yesterday or Persona 4. It might have been during the Persona 4 stream. where like I went on a tangent for like half an hour
It
about
takes a
Splinter
lot of
Cell.
energy to train the way
That's
you
literally
do,
just my
so you
brain,
need more
just like
food to make up
refusing
for
to
it.
like stick to a topic.
You do know what I mean,
Mm.
right? Try to do too much on an empty stomach, and you end up feeling weak and lightheaded.
And do you want to know how like micro obsessive the topic became for me? After the stream wrapped up, I started like doing research again to see if there's like any updates on the Splinter Cell remake, like anything at all. And the last update was a supposed leak from like last October, and I'm like, cool, great. There's a supposed leak that they're gonna do a free hit run with Splinter Cell, which if it's true, I am down for. But it's one of those things where it's like some one random person on 4chan said it, so obviously I don't really believe it. Where they're going to do a remaster of Blacklist, the most recent entry, to kind of gauge interest, which is like, that makes sense. It's been 12 years. So if that's true, that makes sense. Like, so just re-release the most recent entry. Then it's the remake that's been in development for the past 6 years. Then after that, they're going to go straight to Chaos Theory and remake that one, which kind of is like a Konami remaking Silent Hill 2 first kind of deal, where like they're just going straight to the most popular one. But if that's what they want to do, go for it. I'd be down for Chaos Theory. Because for those who don't know, Chaos Theory is the crown of the franchise. Chaos Theory is by far the best game in the series. It's the third entry in the series, though. So realistically, they should remake Pandora Tomorrow, the second game, before Chaos Theory. But according to the rumor mill, they're going to skip Pandora Tomorrow for after this and go straight to Chaos Theory. Which, like I said, makes sense. It's a bit like the Konami Silent Hill 2 remake, the most popular one, to make sure you basically guarantee sales, but we'll see. But I just want anything. I just want anything. I've been gnawing at this for so many years. Like, if people, like... You'd have to do, like, a bit of hunting, but if you, like, look through, like, old posts on, like, social media I made, 2020, my E3 bingo had Splinter Cell. My 2020 Game Awards had Splinter Cell. 2021, 22, 23, it's always on there. I have been wanting and yearning for anything Splinter Cell for, I kid you not, like, years. Like, I went through a phase and I went, I don't care about Splinter Cell anymore. I've got the old games to go back to. And then, like, in like 2018, I went back to, man, I really want to play new Splinter Cell. Like, please. Like, Blacklist is great fun and everything. Like, I genuinely, like, I like Blacklist a lot, even though that game's got problems. And obviously, I've got the original trilogy to go back to. Heck, I love Double Agent. I know a lot of people don't like Double Agent, but I like Double Agent a lot. It's just Conviction I'm kind of mixed with, the 5th game. But everyone's kind of mixed with Conviction because it was made by the Rainbow Six devs, and you can tell. That may have gone, son. It won't happen. I mean, like, the difference is that we know the Silent Hill Splinter Cell remake is happening. Because that was confirmed years ago. It's just, it's been years now, so where the fuck is it? And I really hope, because it's Ubisoft, and Ubisoft, you know, have such a great track record of announcing games too early, that it's not like a Beyond Good and Evil 2 situation, where it's just going through hell. Every time the developers speak up, they say development's going smoothly, which gives me some degree of hope, because, like, Beyond Good and Evil 2's devs just haven't said a word since 2017, and I'm like, oh no, that game is dead. That's not happening. And a well-made Advance Wars game that isn't cursed by the like dark god in existence. Jesus, that dev cycle was horror-inducing. Yeah, I hear you. But it's like a Splinter Cell Blacklist remaster. I'll play it. I like Blacklist. I have problems with Blacklist. Namely, I don't like what they do to the main character. I think people are exaggerating when they say it's character assassination what they do to him in 6, but I do feel like they kind of simplify him a lot. Because he's an old, like, borderline retiree special agent who's been there, done that with everything. So he's kind of got a little bit of sass and cheek in everything he does. Like, my favorite one is still the Maria Narcissa joke from the start of Chaos Theory. Where, like, Grim over the comms goes, "The Maria Narcissa, Sam." And Sam goes, "Are you trying to set me up with another woman?" "It's a boat, Sam. So it was the last one you set me up with." And it's just like, Jesus Christ, man. And it's like, they completely, like, got rid of all the comedy in Blacklist and really, like, dumbed down the character to just, like, serious army man. And I'm like, ugh. I'm so interested in you streaming it since it's the only season I'm not familiar with Ubisoft. Yeah. I mean, come rain or shine, I will stream that Splinter Cell remake when it comes out. Like, whether it's like exactly what I want or a complete fucking train wreck, I will still stream it. My biggest hope, and it's the easiest money Ubisoft could make, because Lord knows Assassin's Creed Shadows selling super well isn't going to be enough to like save that company. They're in a lot of debt. And are like really behind on like financial quarters and whatnot. So like Shadow's doing really well. It's like it's a win, but they need a lot more to stay afloat. If they want easy money, for the love of God, the PS2 versions of the games, put them on the backwards compatibility list. Put the first 4 games on the backwards compatibility list. The original, Pandora Tomorrow, Chaos Fury, and Double Agent. Especially because PS2/Xbox original version of Double Agent, not everyone's played it, and I wish more did, because it's the better version. For those who don't know, Double Agent came out on old gen and new gen at the time. It was on PS3 and 360, PC, and then PS2 and Xbox original. It's the same story, but it's not the same game. A different dev team made the HD version versus the standard definition version. The team that made the standard definition version was, I don't know, the Chaos Fury team that should have made the HD version, I feel, because, you know, they were the one that made the most beloved game in the series, but what do I know? Double Agent feels like a way better balanced and better handled game than the HD version. The HD version's still good, but not quite the same. And they also started that red light, green light bullshit that's plagued the whole series since, which I've never been a fan of. I get they were like simplifying it to make it easier to understand the shadow mechanic, but transforming it to either you're completely visible, everyone can see you, or you're completely invisible and no one can see you, when beforehand there were layers, the more in the dark you were, the harder for enemies to spot you, but they could, depending on your actions or how close they were. Like, that was such a cool mechanic in the first 3 games. And was a really cool way to make it stand out from Metal Gear Solid, because Metal Gear Solid didn't have that. Especially in 2001 when Splinter Cell 1 came out. The idea that, like, you would shoot a light bulb so you could have darkness as your cover to sneak up on an objective. That was just a really cool idea. But if there was like a flash in the lightning storm, there's a chance they might just catch you and spot you in the glimmer, or notice something's up but not make you out, so come to investigate. While starting with Double Agent, it's literally red light, green light. It's literally you're either counted as in the light or counted as in the dark, and there's no in between. And if you're in the dark, no one can see you. If you're in the light, everyone can see you. And it's like, come on. And the reason why people call it red light, green light is because that's literally how they did it in Double Agent. They literally have something on your HUD that's either green or red. If it's green, you're safe. If you're red, you can be seen. In Conviction, they changed it to make it that the screen goes black and white when you're in darkness, to represent you in darkness. But obviously, that's annoying visually. Like, that's annoying as a visual, because like it's a stealth game, so you're going to be in the shadow all the time, so the game's in black and white all the time. You rarely get to see color in that game. If you can see color, you can be seen. And in Blacklist, they took the annoying, like the other kind of annoying approach, where they put like a little like dot on the back of Sam, and if you can see the dot, you're in the darkness. If you can't see it, it's too bright, but it's still only looking for 2 levels of light. Which was better, because at least you could, like, it was a quicker way of identifying if he's in it, but it was still red light, green light, just a different way of identifying it. But actual, like, proper traditional, like, the actual stealth bar doesn't exist anymore, and I miss them from the old games. You know what I also miss? Sorry, I told you, like, Splinter Cell just gets me off on rants and rumbles. It technically was a thing since 1, but they actually made it a full mechanic in 3. It was just something like, if you knew, you knew in 1 or 2, but they actually like expanded it in 3. Ambient noise. If there was ambient noise, there was a bar that was your level of noise you're contributing to the world, and it had a white dot on it that told you what the ambient noise of the world you're in was right now. So if you were next to like a loud generator, that white dot was super high up, and you could like sprint, you could go punch people, you could like shoot at like certain weapons, and it would go under the bar and people wouldn't hear it. And it was so fucking sick to be able to do that. To be able to do like kind of loud, aggressive actions, but no one fucking heard it because the ambient noise is too loud. As in, it was a thing in 1 or 2, they just didn't have the bar for it, so you had to kind of like guesstimate it. Whilst in 3, they expanded it to include a bar that actually gave you a better idea. And it was so fun to mess with. Like, sometimes it was worth turning something on to make noise. Because even if someone heard it and went to investigate, it's noise that now you can run. You can get up and move. You can go, like, break a window to get somewhere else. Because you won't make as much noise as the thing you've just turned on, sort of thing. And I love that mechanic. And starting with, like, the HD version of Double Agent, it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. You can make... It's one level. You press crouch, you don't make a sound. That's it. That's the bottom line. It's like, come on. Like, I get the whole point. They simplified it to make it more accessible, but my god, Splinter Cell's identity really started to get, like scratched apart as the series went on.
Oh boy. Paimon's been there before.
Like, the standard definition version of Double Agent, the better version, still has all those mechanics and features. It's as soon as the HD version came out, it just went, and I'm like... It's why so many people kind of are mixed about the idea of Splinter Cell 7, because they fear that it will just be more of that.
So...
Especially when there were rumors that Splinter Cell 7 was in development at some point and they were going to go open world. Everyone went, oh, fuck off, don't do that. Splinter Cell works best as a mission-by-mission game, not an open-world adventure. Not everything needs to be open-world Ubisoft, I swear to God.
We're all set. Time to gather the contestants, Cottle. The showdown is about to begin.
Got it! Let's head to the venue. The food will be brought out shortly.
Finally! Oh, I'm so ready to
Because Blacklist's only problem is there's too many missions in the day, so you can't really use the shadow mechanic the whole franchise was built around that much, it feels like. It's more just traditional stealth, which at that point is any other stealth game, you know? The only ones that were fun is that there were a bunch of bonus missions, and some of them... Like, there's one bonus mission where you have to find a way to take out every single enemy without getting caught once, and it's on, like, a tanker in the middle of the night, and, like... That is so, like, traditional Splinter Cell, it was sick. And it's like, why is this a side mission? This should be, like, a main level. But yeah, like, just put Splinter Cell 1 through 4 on backwards compatibility and I'm a happy bunny. And the reason why it worked out for the PS2 one is that Splinter Cell 1... This might also be familiar. It came out during a time where sometimes some versions of a game would have extra content over another version on the disc. Splinter Cell 1 on PS2 had a bonus level that wasn't on any other version of the game. Like, set between, I think it was like level 5 and 6, you went to like an icy location and did like a couple objectives there. And it was a pretty fun level. It was also where you could get the assault rifle. Because you just start with the assault rifle in the next level otherwise, but they actually put it somewhere where you can pick it up in the previous one to make it make more sense. But that bonus level is only on the PS2 version, so making the PS2 versions backwards compatible will allow more people to access content that's kind of forgotten nowadays. Kind of lost to time, because, you know, most people just play the PC version nowadays. Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, we could maybe finish one portion between the two of us. And even that's a stretch. But one portion each? There's no chance.
Time to dig in. Thanks for the food, Uncle Atoli.
She looks so happy.
Whoa, hold on. Varessa's plate looks completely different than ours.
I'm gonna go. I got some sleep from time, so later. No worries, dude. Thanks for popping by. Jesus Christ, Varessa.
I forgot to mention, the competition actually has 2 levels. The regular challenge and the Varessa challenge.
Varessa's that good at it, she has her own challenge.
The Varessa challenge is only for people who have completed the regular challenge.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Thanks for stopping by. So I'll probably be streaming tomorrow as well, but we'll see.
It's named after Varessa because, well, so far, she's the only one who's been able to finish it.
So her stomach's just a black hole, right?
You're kidding. You had to invent a whole new challenge just for her?
Believe me, if Varessa competed in the same class as everyone else, the winner would be decided before the competition even started. What's the fun in that? Only one other person has come close to beating the Varessa challenge.
Mawika tried it?
herself.
You're saying Mawika's done this before?
Of course. She breezed through the normal level, but the Varessa challenge was still too much, even for her.
Okay.
Back then, it was all part of an investigation. You see, The Pyro Archon covers all expenses at the Weary Inn the night before the pilgrimage. And each time, Veressa's tab would show several dozen people's worth of food for a single person.
Oh, she was just seeing... Okay, so yeah, that makes sense.
The speaker's chamber thought something had to be wrong. Maybe there was a mistake in the accounts, or someone was trying to defraud the Archon. But once the Archon finally saw Veressa's appetite in action, that was that.
Whoa. Okay, so you're saying Malika had these portions, and she just breezed through?
Let's just go for it.
You're right. Let's go. Paimon's gonna defend her honor with everything she's got! Whoa. Tender, juicy, grilled to perfection. It's delicious! Oh, you gotta try this one too, Traveler! It's amazing! Oh, and this!
Paimon, stop talking, more eating.
And this one is... Alright. That's it. Paimon taps out. All this time. And it doesn't look like we've made any progress. Oh, Paimon's ready to throw in the towel.
I'm not defending your honor.
Okay, Paimon's tried as hard as she could, but this enemy is too strong. You know what? There really should be a Paimon challenge. Paimon's smaller than the rest of you. It's no fair for her portion to be the same.
Let's hear it for Veressa, who has once again completed the challenge. And with a 10% increase in portion size, it's a new personal best.
What the fuck?
Well done, Veressa.
Amazing job! Oh, it's nothing. Uncle Atoli's food is just too good. I couldn't stop myself.
You actually finished it? Jeez, are you okay?
Huh? Why wouldn't I be?
You don't feel bloated? Or like you're gonna throw up? Oh, Paimon's so full it feels like she's gonna sink.
Oh, nope. I feel good, actually. Satisfied, you know?
Spoken like a true champion.
Thanks. This is my specialty, after all. Not that it's good for anything outside these competitions.
But yeah, I'm optimistic. Maybe April's PS backwards compatibility list would include like a third party, because it feels like there's predominantly just first party stuff. You had like a couple at the start, but it's just been predominantly first party since. Like, come on, open the floodgates.
If I'm honest, I'd rather be like you or Kochi Ansan, a hero brave enough to stand against the abyss.
Aw, don't worry, Veressa. For someone as talented as you, it's only a matter of time before you shine in the arena.
Eon-san, did you beat the challenge too?
Of course. The regular challenge is easy for me. I've attempted the Veressa challenge a few times too, but never even came close.
Oh, that's still pretty amazing. Also, welcome back to the story,
There has to be
Janssen.
more to this than just appetite. Is there some kind of trick? By the end, it was like the meat turned into one big greasy blob, and it was so hard to keep going.
Oh, that's when you balance it out with some mushrooms. The ones from my orchard. Well, that's what I did anyway. As soon as the food came out, I set a few mushrooms to the side so they wouldn't soak up too much oil. Or get too mushy. That way, you have something fresh and fruity to balance it out.
Oh, so that's the secret. Use the mushrooms to cut through the heaviness.
That's right. You tried them yourselves, remember? If it tastes like a fruit, might as well use it like one. I think more people from outside the tribe would beat the challenge if they knew about that mushroom.
Eon-san, some of the contestants are looking for you. Something about being ready to train?
They want to exercise. After all that food? Sorry, everyone. I should intervene.
Yeah, go tell them to take it easy.
Well, how did everyone do, Uncle Atoli?
Almost half finished the regular challenge. I believe that's a record. Either the contestants are getting more experienced, or my cooking was extra good this time.
Everything was delicious, especially when it first came out all hot and steaming.
Thank you. When cooked at high heat, that mushroom has a special fragrance that really brings out the flavor of the other ingredients. Oh, and since you're new here, I should mention something else about that mushroom. It's an excellent addition to any dish. But there are actually 2 varieties. Red, which is the most common, and green. There's not much to note about the red ones. Sell them, eat them, do whatever you want. But if you see a green one, it must be picked and eaten right away.
Huh? Why's that?
That's just what a scholar from Sumeru said when the orchard first opened. No one knows the reason. We just do as we're told. Whenever a green mushroom pops up in the orchard, I pick it and eat it. The flavor is identical to the red ones.
Okay, because that's not weirdly specific at all.
Don't you want to know the reason behind it?
Well, of course. Who wouldn't be intrigued by something like that? But curiosity isn't always a good thing, right? Oh, by the way, Veressa, I'm almost out of red mushrooms. Could you run to the orchard and grab some more for me?
Of course, Uncle Atoli. I'm on it.
Is there going to conveniently be a green one now?
With you two?
What do you think, Traveler? Paimon wouldn't mind working off some of that food.
I should see what she thinks.
Paimon will take that as a yes. Alright, let's go. Thanks for the food, Atoli.
Haha, my pleasure. But try to finish it all next time.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Kind of rude when someone makes you dinner and you don't finish it. Does it say, like, the results? With the Epic Feast Showdown, now in full swing. Next to his passionate slogan is a portrait of Veressa, who seems to be the spokesperson of this event. There's even a list of her victories! Seems that she emerges as champion whenever she enters the competition. Is that why so many challengers come to ask around? Also, like, hang on. That's kind of a cute, like, little portrait.
Off we go.
After that meal, I'm ready to tackle anything. Oh, something on your mind? Is it what Uncle Atoli said about the green mushrooms? Don't worry. He can be a bit dramatic sometimes. The green mushrooms don't appear that often. Besides, I check the orchard every day, and if I see one, I eat it. If anything, I wish there were more around here. Means more free mushrooms for me.
Wait, is that one right there? Huh. Talk about a coincidence.
Oh, it really is green.
See? There's nothing special about it except the color. Give me 1 sec. I'll start a fire and grill it right up.
Paimon's gonna pass on this one. She's way too stuffed from earlier.
I wonder what you said about why that scholar said it.
You mean why we have to pick and eat the green mushrooms right away? To be honest, I'm curious too. The scholar looked really serious when he said it, but he never explained the reason behind it. Uncle Atoli has a point, though. Curiosity can be a bad thing. If we stop doing what the scholar said, something terrible could happen.
You could look into it at least. That's what an adventurer would do.
Yeah, but my tribe is more important. I love everything about this place. Maintaining the status quo is good enough for me. I know the truth is important too, but I don't have the right to make a decision that could put the people around me in danger. In other words, deep down, I guess I'm just scared. Scared that change could mean losing control.
If you're strong enough to uncover the truth, you're strong enough to command the truth.
Command the truth?
If fear is the only thing then stopping you, then let us help you shoulder the burden.
Yeah, we don't have to stop following the scholar's orders. We can start by gathering information.
You're right, curiosity can be a bad thing, but what you don't know can still hurt you.
You have a point. You know, you remind me of another hero from our tribe. Her name was Fiatena. Just like you, she was full of courage and never stopped challenging and exploring the unknown. She's my idol. Actually, could you give me a moment?
all I need is 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. You're right. I can't keep running from the truth. I want to command it, just like you said. So, where should we start with the investigation? You probably have a bunch of experience.
I think I should taste it first.
Oh, the green mushroom, you mean? The taste is the same as the red ones. There's nothing special there.
Well, the Traveler is a lot more perceptive than most people. She should at least give it a try.
Oh, I see. Well then, I'll grill some up right away.
Veressa cooks the mushrooms, everyone digs in, just like Veressa said. They taste the same.
So, notice anything, Traveler?
No, no difference in taste.
Just like Veressa said. Guess it was the same for all of us.
Finally, a worthy devotee after all this time. Fascinating.
Who said that?
No need for alarm. There is only one among you who piqued my interest, and that is the one with golden hair. Seeing as you all appear to be acquainted, I allowed the rest of you to hear my voice as well. Now, I shall grant you all the honor of becoming my first subjects in this era.
Oh, you talk a big talk, but I've heard that before.
Now, you were the ones who wanted to learn more about my origins. I merely granted your wish.
Origins? Wait, you're the green mushroom?
Ah, so you do know how to use your brain, young one. You'll excuse me if I have no interest in you, craven and dull-witted as you usually seem.
Hey, watch it, buddy!
Let me remind you, it was your own curiosity that started all of this. I see no reason for me to stand down. I only granted you this audience because I saw potential in you. I am the Sage Lord of Fungi. Serving me is a great honor, as well as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Sage Lord? Good one. Did you come up with that yourself?
You mock my name? All you do is make a mockery of your own taste. Of course, the Sage Lord of Fungi is too dignified for petty arguments with lesser organisms.
Is this Molly Zhang voicing the Sage Lord? Is this Zila from Honkai Star Rail and Astra in Zenless? It kinda sounds like her.
Sure doesn't sound like it.
Nope.
That's enough out of you.
It absolutely is.
What's wrong with you humans? You should be full of reverence at this point. In that case, I don't know what went wrong, but you lack the trust and worship to be my subjects. So we shall have to table that for the time being. However, I am willing to share my sagely knowledge with you. I have all the answers you seek. As with all seekers of said knowledge, all you have to do is prove your sincerity. And we shall see if you're worthy.
Look! More green mushrooms right in front of us!
These clones are my most loyal subjects, as well as the keepers of my secrets. If you want answers, then gather your wits and search for clues. I shall await your summons. It might be advisable to brush up on your devotion in the meantime.
The voice is gone. Finally, Paimon had enough of that racket. Talking in our heads without permission, spewing a bunch of nonsense. Even a How is better than him.
I still think A-How is worse.
So, do you think what he said was true? About being the Sage Lord of Fungi and all that?
Maybe, but most of it sounded like hot air to Paimon.
We may not know who he is, but we know he exists.
True. That conversation in our heads definitely was real.
And it proves these mushrooms aren't regular mushrooms at all. Something fishy is going on.
Which means we made the right call to investigate.
I guess this is the beginning of our hero's journey then. So let's make like heroes and get to the bottom of this. So we can command the truth and this mushroom. Okay. That sounded a lot cooler in my head.
Well, we have one one thing going for us. We've faced mushrooms before, and they're pretty pathetic as far as enemies go.
Such insolence!
Did you hear that? Sounds like someone's mad.
You're spying on us?
No response. Guess he's not gonna admit it.
Well, he said his subjects hold the clues to his secrets. Who knows if he was telling the truth? But we can't just ignore the green mushrooms, so let's start investigating. Okay, so this one is red. Ah! Fungus! It turned into a fungus! In Natlan of all places!
So this is one of his subjects? Well, it's kind of cute.
Bull warrior compliment? Much appreciate. No, bull warrior natural enemy. Eat. Must resist.
Careful, Veressa. This is a kind of monster from Sumeru. Even though it looks cute, it can still attack you.
A monster? Aw, that's too bad. I was hoping we could be friends.
Surely violence is a form of wit.
Mercy, mercy! Food is sacred. Everything else, waste. That's all I know. Promise.
It turned back into a normal mushroom. What's going on?
I guess it told us everything it knows.
You mean that food is sacred?
Well, that's a whole bunch of nothing. Let's go look somewhere else.
I took a step.
Oh,
Nice.
A mushroom, and it turned into a fungus. Nice try, but you're not scaring Paimon with that one twice. Okay, let's go on the initiative. Hey, you! What's the whole food is sacred thing about?
As our Sage Lord stated, you must demonstrate your wits to receive the answers you seek. That means I should be the one asking the questions, not you.
Okay, so it turns out this one can talk. Fine. What do we have to do? Solve a riddle or something?
Riddle? Oh, I'm not good at that. Could you, give us an easy one?
That sounds like a problem for your friends. Besides, did I say this was up for negotiation?
Oh, Riddle Master.
Enough chatter. Time for my question. Why are all the mushrooms in this orchard willing to become the subjects of the Sage Lord?
Aw, man! How are we supposed to know?
Because you're his clones, right? I remember him saying something like that.
Alas, no wits in sight. The answer could never be that simple.
Is it because he's a fun guy?
What? How did you get that so fast?
Oh, it's that kind of riddle.
Oh, Faressa.
Sumeru mushrooms! Of course! Paimon can't believe she didn't think of this possibility.
Wait, does that mean everyone in Sumeru is into puns? Huh.
No,
Is
it's
it
just
because the people are so clever?
It's just one in particular.
No, we just, have a lot of experience with these kinds of jokes.
Well, since you have proven your wits, I will now answer your question. The act of eating is not only a physical necessity, but also a sacred ritual. Mushrooms like us are the Sage Lord's intermediaries. Incinerating our flesh forges a spiritual connection between you and the Sage Lord himself.
Oh, so that's why he could speak to us in our heads.
So you're saying if we want to talk to him again, all we have to do is eat more mushrooms? No, wait, don't turn back into a regular mushroom! Oh, too late. And all we have is another cryptic message.
Well, if eating is a sacred ritual, maybe we need to perform some kind of ceremony with special tools or something.
Oh, good thinking, Veressa! Let's try and ask the other mushrooms! Oh, but we should probably pick this one first since it's a green mushroom.
Green berry shroom. Oh, I see two of them moving.
Hey, there are two fungi over there. Looks like they're discussing something.
Have you figured out how you're going to test the humans?
Of course! Any random question should do the trick. They don't look very smart to me.
Wow.
Wow, cool! You greencaps are so wise. Just like our Siege Lord. Huh, I'm so jealous.
What's this fucking voice acting? I'm so jealous.
It's all progressing as expected. I know exactly what they're going to ask. Oh, please, please tell us how to conduct the ceremony, and I shall respond. Nothing in life comes for free. You have two choices. Answer a question about the stars and moon above, or the dark abyss below.
Ew! And they'll say, no, I'm stumped. I can't think anymore, or my cap will explode into spores!
They're humans, idiot. They don't have caps or spores.
All right. Duh.
And then I'll say, ha, you can't even answer the most basic of basic questions? Come back after you've studied for a few more decades.
Ha! Yeah!
Of course, they're so dense, it might actually take them that long to realize that. If eating is a ritual, then obviously the ceremony is the cooking.
I mean, obviously it's the cooking!
Did they just give us the answer?
Who goes there?
Do you think we're the dense ones? Look in the mirror, buddy.
A floating pale organism out of nowhere! My cap almost burst into spores!
No, wait, don't disappear! At least explain yourselves first!
Well, we already got what we needed.
So, we passed the test? Where's the sense of accomplishment? So much for gathering our wits. We didn't have to use our brains at all. Oh well. The important thing is, the Sage Lord of Fungi wants us to use cooking to establish a stronger mental connection with him.
That sounds right. Uncle Atoli did say, when you cook this mushroom, the higher the heat, the better the fragrance.
Right! That was the case when you grilled them in the orchard, too. Heat really does release their flavor.
So if we cook them just right, we'll see the Sage Lord's true form.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Definitely. But we should probably explain the situation to Uncle Akadal and the rest of the tribe first.
Good call. It's best for everyone to be prepared.
This is so dumb. At least the music's nice as we vibe over to it.
Let's ride!
Tried here to report the mushrooms.
Huh.
Okay, so it felt pretty normal in the moment, but hearing it back does sound kind of, ridiculous.
This silence speaks volumes.
So, the mushrooms in the orchard are sentient. What a remarkable discovery!
Yeah, without your investigation, who knows what could have happened?
Thanks for looking into it, and for collecting all this information.
What a relief. I was worried it sounded like I lost my marbles.
It does sound far-fetched. After all, none of us have ever spoken to a mushroom. But we know you're not one to lie, Veressa. Besides, the origin of the green mushrooms has always been a mystery to us. Thanks to you, we now know something sinister could be going on. So, we should do our part to help.
Yeah, just let me know if there's anything I can do.
Wow, that didn't take much convincing.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, wait. You said the mushrooms needed to be cooked at high heat, right? I can do that for you right now. I'll be quick. All right, I'm back. I used cast iron, so it should be hot enough.
Whoa, it smells delicious! Suddenly Paimon's hungry again.
Well, here goes nothing.
Wait, that's his voice!
Looks like you stumbled upon the right path. But this temperature does not demonstrate even a fraction of the sincerity I require. Did you really think some common stove could generate enough heat to earn the acknowledgement of the Sage Lord? Humans are such a disappointment. You can solve my riddles when the answers are handed to you on a silver platter, but as soon as there are no more hints, not a shred of intelligence in sight. Do try and use your brain this time.
How did it go? Did you hear the voice?
Annoying menace of a mushroom! The Sage Lord of Fungi said the heat's still not high enough. Sage Lord of nitpicking, more like!
Still, the only way to figure out this goal is to keep playing along.
Not high enough, huh? I guess that means we need a more powerful source of heat.
We're just gonna chuck the mushrooms in the volcano?
Attention, everyone! We need items that can generate intense heat. Anything you can find.
I'll see what I can do.
Leave it to me.
We should take a look too.
Definitely. We're not super familiar with this area, though.
I think that's where it's gonna lead. We're gonna try all the tools, it's not gonna be hot enough, and they're gonna, why not just chuck the mushrooms in the volcano?
Nothing concrete, but we could check around the volcano. It spews out all kinds of stuff. Maybe there's something we can use.
Awesome! Let's go! Paimon's gonna find something scorching hot and then throw it in that stupid mushroom's face!
Look for high temperature materials needed. Okay, there it is. I was trying to spot the objective.
Hey, there should be some avatars of lava somewhere along this path. Their cores are really hot. It might be just what we need.
You know, when you think about how everyone jumped to help us like that, it seems like your tribe has been suspicious of the green mushrooms for a while.
Yeah, but without you, we would have never gotten this far. I mean, tons of people have tried that mushroom without a weird voice talking in their head.
Right. So, even if you wanted to investigate, you had nowhere to start!
Yeah, this opportunity was a long time coming. Plus, the Sage Lord's arrogant attitude definitely triggered my tribe's competitive spirit.
Yeah, competition seems to be a thing here.
Veressa doesn't seem competitive most of the time, though. Outside of training and fighting monsters, at least.
Yeah, well, I don't really like fighting or competing, to be honest. Simple day-to-day happiness is what matters to me. Still, I've learned a lot from Kojian-san. She taught me that strength is a means rather than an end. We get stronger so we can use our strength when it counts. Like during the Abyss invasion. Having the training to master my vision meant that I could do something to stop it. So, no matter how scared I feel, I know I have to be brave. Because people are counting on me.
There's a certain strength deep within you.
Thanks. It's a work in progress. I can only hope that one day I can be as brave as Lady Fiatena. Alright, we should keep looking.
I like how the battle thing was playing during that whole time because of the because of the enemy interruption.
Oh, looks like we can make this jump. That avatar of lava pushed it down. Come on, let's charge.
Charge?
Oh, we do have Veressa with us, got it.
This core should be perfect. Look, The phlogiston inside it is still active.
Oh, let's see! Woo! Hot!
A few more chunks like this, and we should be good. Come on, let's keep heading up.
Alright, Veressa, you're the boss.
Careful! 3 avatars of lava ahead.
Hero incoming!
Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to end the shockwave!
Get back! Oh no, not good! The volcano is acting up again!
Thanks, you bugs.
What is that? It looks like a giant weasel thief. Is there a great Tolan weasel thief or something?
We call it a furnace shell mountain weasel. It's very aggressive, so be careful. Get to work!
Spin to win!
Spin to win.
Suffer the wrath of the Eastling!
Antenna! Red beam strike!
Hi!
Woohoo! Amazing!
Pyroclastic surge!
What a great haul! A bunch of seeing eyes, and this thing the weasel used to spew out fire!
I think that's its back armor. It shoots out phlogiston, so it can pretty much attack from all directions. My dad told me about them once. Creatures that live in the volcano. I can't believe we actually ran into one. This piece of armor might produce even higher temperatures than the seeing eyes. We'll get those mushrooms super hot this time.
Nice fighting back there, by the way.
Oh, well, even though I don't like fighting, sometimes you don't have a choice. So, I've tried to figure out a bunch of different ways to get myself in the zone. For example, I've read a lot of stories about heroes, and my favorite hero has always been Fiatenna, the one I mentioned before. Fiatenna's most iconic feature was her mask. So, I decided to make one just like hers. So now, whenever I wear the mask, it's like there's a little piece of her with me. If I want to honor her legacy, I have no choice but to be brave. At the same time, though, I guess it's kind of like a crutch. Kind of like I'm hiding behind her strength.
Oh, you really think so?
Something to feel ashamed about.
Really? It's just, I feel like I need to take it off one day and face things alone. But the longer I put off taking that step, the more impossible it feels. I don't know if I have it in me.
But you were the one that decided to investigate this case, not your mask.
Yeah! You had the courage to make that decision. And that's what adventuring is all about! Fighting is just a small part of it.
Oh.
Besides, Paimon thinks you're doing a great job. Just take your time. It's not a race.
Thanks for believing in me, you two. And I won't give up. Not until I can face things on my own. After that pep talk, I feel like my appetite is back in full force.
You're hungry already? Paimon hasn't even finished digesting her last meal.
Come on, let's head back to the tribe. We'll earn that mushroom's recognition this time for sure.
Alright, back we go.
We're back! And we found a bunch of stuff to use!
Great. We're almost done with the preparations at our side, too.
I've managed to get these iron chunks red hot. We should be good to go.
Yeah, and since we need really high temperatures, I brought the best stove I could find.
And I got a bunch of buckets of lava on standby if we need more fuel.
So we're gearing up for a fight, not cooking a few mushrooms.
Yeah, but the things we brought aren't your typical cooking utensils either.
Well, that mushroom started it, right, everyone? Disrespecting Veressa and our guest of honor.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of excuses it can come up with this time. Thanks for the help, everyone. It really means a lot.
All right, let's see what we have here. Huh? The armor of a furnace shell mountain weasel? Don't tell me you went into the volcano.
No, it erupted out of nowhere, and then the weasel appeared, and then, well, anyway, we got this in the end.
Either way, this is something special. Back when I was training to be a chef, I studied the effect of temperature on different ingredients. This kind of armor produces intense localized heat. It's great for fish because you can get a nice sear on one side without overcooking the other. Anyway, let's get started. The mushrooms are all ready to go.
All right, let's go.
Whoa, the fragrance is so much more intense. And what's with this weird mist? Wait, no, something's not right.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what have we done? Uh-oh. Roll, Raggy. This is loading, by the way. This is absolutely a load screen. Where are you taking us? Why is this taking so long to load? There we go.
Where are we? Where did everyone go?
I have no idea. We just showed up here. I can't see the others anymore.
Huh? Is something wrong?
That's a cuddle. Chief, we don't know where we are.
What? I know it's hard to see through this mist, but aren't you here at the tribe with the rest of us?
So you don't feel anything strange?
No. What are you feeling?
Must be a Sage Lord's trick. It's only affecting the three of us. Why is it not the others?
Because you are the only worthy devotees, of course.
Evil jerk of a mushroom, so this is what you look like.
Huh. He does look a bit more evil than the other mushrooms we met.
I am no longer concerned with your insolence. On the contrary, I am satisfied with your performance. So, as promised, you shall have the answers you seek. Of course, I have a goal of my own. Let me reiterate once more. The great Sage Lord of Fungi, that would be me, is extending you the honor of becoming my subjects.
Ha! The only way anyone's serving you is on a platter!
Now, don't be hasty. It's inadvisable to speak in absolutes. You refuse only because you have yet to witness my miracles. Cherish this opportunity. It may not come again. As you know, Tivat is not a peaceful place. The gods wage war against one another. Monsters roam the land. Humans live in squalor. But then, humanity discovered me and learned that I could grant them unlimited power to fell even the most fearsome of enemies.
Huh. If we want to become strong, we just have to eat this.
Woohoo! Those monsters are no match for me!
And so, the humans worshipped me as their savior. And in return, I revealed my identity as the Sage Lord of Fungi.
You really expect us to believe that? Besides, as far as enemies go, a few puny fungi aren't that fearsome.
Such arrogance! Take that back and apologize before I lose my temper.
You wish!
I mean, those monsters really don't look that scary. Not the kind you'd need a miracle to defeat, anyway.
You insignificant mortals boast of strength? Very well. Then prove it!
Alright, you're the boss.
Hi!
Sumeru music playing, yes. That's why, because we're somewhere Sumeru. That's why we took half all the time to reload. Not to reload, to load.
Well fought! You see? You ate a fair amount of my clones, and now look what you can do. Huh. My eye for subjects is as discerning as ever.
Huh. Weren't we insignificant mortals just a second ago? Weird.
I'll admit, you're not entirely useless, but my miracles are even greater than you can imagine.
No, don't just... another cryptic one-liner and another disappearing act? It's gotta be a mushroom thing at this point. Well, what should we do? Follow him?
Might as well.
Let's go. I think he's trying to tell us a story, although I'm not sure if I like the plot.
Oh, it is hard to turn.
I soon became humanity's faith, and, with my power, created countless clones, with which I could bestow upon them an endless source of sustenance. Food is a scarce resource. A faith that provides for the needs of the flesh is the most practical and noble of all. And as my subjects gave themselves in service, either as civilians or warriors, I rewarded them with mushrooms in proportion to their contribution. The most exceptional among them could receive as many as 20 mushrooms a day.
That's it?
What are you insinuating? Are mushrooms not enough?
Well, it's possible people couldn't afford to be picky back then.
Yeah, but now even Saurians have more options than that.
Sustenance and strength. Such are the pillars of faith. So what do you think? A pretty enticing offer, wouldn't you agree? Once you become my subjects, all you have to do is build a civilization dedicated to the mushrooms. And then...
Hold on, what happened next?
What do you mean, what happened next?
Right. If the humans dedicated themselves in service to you, then shouldn't you have your own tribe at this point? Or even your own nation? But I've read a lot of woven scrolls about the heroes of Natlan. And I've never come across anything about some kind of mushroom savior.
Of course not. I was in a different nation at the time. I don't suppose you know their history, too.
We've been to Sumeru.
Yeah, and we didn't hear anything about a mushroom civilization.
I never said it was Sumeru. I have no idea where that assumption is coming from.
Because fungi are creatures of Sumeru. The buildings from your vision support that too.
A trivial detail. You know what? You don't deserve to know what happened next.
Then you don't deserve our faith either.
Yeah, if you want us to respect you, stop being so secretive.
True. If we don't know how the story ends, it doesn't hold much weight now, does it?
All right, fine. Same rules as before. If you want the truth, you'll have to use your wits to earn it. If you fail to prove your worth, good luck getting another detail out of me.
He ran off. Come on, after him.
Oh. Uh-huh. Right.
He jumped down from here. So it looks like we just need to...
Hold on.
Is something wrong, Traveler?
There's something off about his motive.
Off? How?
That's how I feel too. Based on his personality, if he won't tell us how things turned out in the end, it must be because it's not something he can brag about. Besides, how did he even get from Sumeru to Natlan? Seems like he's avoiding that subject too. And through it all, he still hasn't given up on recruiting us. Even though he's in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, he seemed pretty annoyed with our questions. Why not just kick us to the curb?
He must be in dire need of subjects, and it has to be the three of us.
But why?
We can keep an eye out for clues along the way.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go!
I mean, yeah, as soon as we got here, I was like, oh, this is just Sumeru. What the fuck?
Catch me if you can. If you can figure out which way to go, of course.
Absolutely insufferable. Come on, let's find him.
Leave this to me. I'll clear a path for you. I think we can get these mushrooms to form a path. We just need to wait for the right timing.
Shit.
Get a load of this.
Watch out, Marissa!
Don't worry about me. I've got this.
This is so funny that they've just got like another like 2D section.
A dead end?
No,
Jump
not
up.
quite.
Let it give us a ride.
Because I think Zenda's had a 2D section, but it was like lighter story and it was a 2D beat 'em up.
Jump!
Oh, okay, that's it then for the city section.
Backed into a corner, huh?
We've got you this time.
Ow! Well, that hurt, you know. You humans have such violent tendencies.
How did we lose him?
Not again. Although, I think I pulled something off of him.
A ball of mist. Oh no, it's spreading. Ah, they're gonna eat us.
Gonna eat us! Eat us!
Oh, the devotees just eat the mushrooms.
Ungrateful humans! At this rate, I won't have any clones left. The more my clones are consumed, the less power I have. Oh, the situation grows dire. Why must the humans eat so much? My power is all but spent, but it was still enough to control a single human at least. Now all of Sumero knows how scrumptious my mushrooms are. So if I want to grow, I must relocate. And if I want it to happen fast, I need suitable environmental conditions. You! Take me somewhere hot. The hotter the better.
Yes, my lord.
Is this the place, human?
Yes. This is a volcano in a land far to the west. The temperatures here get very high. It should be a most suitable location for your lordship to regain his strength. I shall now find a good place to plant you, my lord, so that your mycelial majesty may take root in this fertile land.
Yes, proceed. Huh? An earthquake? No, a volcanic eruption!
So that's how it ended. No wonder he tried to hide it from us. It's pretty embarrassing.
I thought he said people formed communities around this mushroom and used it as their main source of food.
Yeah, but it looks
Yeah,
like
he was
his
lying.
following got too big and he couldn't keep up with the demand.
Huh. He used the mushrooms as his main recruitment tactic. But then the situation got out of control.
And it seems like his power is proportional to the number of clones he has.
Which means the more mushrooms the humans ate, the less powerful he became, right?
Wow. So his following didn't last long.
Nope. Which explains why there aren't any records about some kind of mushroom civilization. In the end, he mind-controlled a human to bring him to Natlan and then got buried under a pile of volcanic rocks.
Yeah. For who knows how long. When we were talking to him earlier, he seemed kind of,
out of touch, you know?
Well, he has been living under a rock, so that checks out. But clearing out this area for your orchard finally allowed him to start regaining his power.
Yeah, that sounds right. My parents always thought it was so weird that mushrooms kept popping up around the orchard no matter what we did. Now it makes sense. Wait, but if everything we saw is true, that means this mushroom has mind control powers or something? That's a recipe for disaster.
Hold on. Do you remember what he showed us? A group of humans worshipping a giant mushroom. It just doesn't make sense. They must have been mind controlled. But when he started running out of power, he couldn't keep it up.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's why he doesn't seem to be able to control us either.
I understand why now it has to be us.
Why?
I need to catch him to confirm my theory.
Alright. Then let's find this mushroom.
God damn it.
Oh, the environment changed again. Nothing can faze Paimon at this point.
Let's keep looking. He can't hide forever.
Oh, this is the shrine, isn't it?
Look out below!
Oh, okay, that's what it was saying with like charging.
Hero incoming! Headbutt! Yeah! Hi! Da!
So you made it this far. Impressive. In that case...
He hid himself in the statue. What should we do? Actually, that checks out. We're just gonna smash it, right? Cool.
It's justice o'clock! Hurry up, Grassa!
Dun 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 dun. Oh, I miss the Sumeru music. Not much I miss in Sumeru, but that I do. I know we smashed the statue. What fucking next?
Nasty mushroom. We know all your schemes.
Maybe try hiding him a bit better next time.
We thought you were just a mushroom that happened to taste good. But now we know how dangerous you are, so we have to stop you.
Huh. It would seem you're not completely devoid of intelligence. Fitting for my future subjects. Still, you're overlooking a very important detail. Did you think I was running away because I was scared? Well, this is a world of my creation. My will rules supreme. My schemes have been exposed, you say. No matter. My goal has already been achieved.
What?
Although I prefer to call myself the Sage Lord of Fungi, in the human tongue, I am known by another name. You now behold the god Bifrons, the sole protagonist in this endless carnage!
So you're a god?
Indeed, foolish, shallow, and ungrateful humans! Have you forgotten your savior during this time of war? I am the god who's protecting countless of your kind during this Archon war. You have no food in which to satiate your hunger. No means with which to counter the hordes of
Archon War.
And the gods loom.
Yeah, you have been living under a rock for like 500 years.
You to ashes with a simple snap of their fingers. Just one word, and you could have had my protection. But now, that opportunity is lost forever, and you only have your own stupidity and arrogance to blame. No matter, my plan has already succeeded. What you saw when you cooked the mushrooms was not mist, but spores, set to sprout into green mushrooms very soon. And that's where their true power lies. Because, given a bit of time to grow, green mushrooms will multiply exponentially. You see, considering my current level of power, I had no way to create large number of clones. Unless, of course...
Oh, hence the cut the green ones off as soon as you get them.
Heat. And you delivered one to me on a silver platter. That was my plan all along.
So, you kept running away from us because you needed to buy time?
Precisely. Before long, the green mushrooms will multiply at an unstoppable rate, allowing me to return to the peak of my power. Then, I shall reclaim my dignity and status as a god, achieve victory in the Archon War, and take revenge on Sumeru.
You have no concept of time, do you? Newsflash, the Archon War is old news, buddy.
Nonsense! Is that not the source of your suffering? All I hear in this land is war this and war that. If you fear the Archon War, all the more reason to...
No, we're warring with the Abyss, and that war's over too.
Pretty sure they're talking about the war against the Abyss.
Huh?
The Archon War? I guess I've heard about that once or twice, but only from Outlanders.
Ha! I see what's going on here. You're using lies and trickery to befuddle me. You know, my original plan was to imprison you here until the end of time. But now, I have a better idea. Once nothing is left of this land but an endless field of mushrooms, I'll set you free. You get the honor of witnessing that despair in person. Now, I was going to offer you a glimmer of hope by allowing you to pledge yourselves to me and take on the burden of managing my kingdom. But now, the deal is off.
It was an empty deal from the start.
What did you say?
We weren't chosen because you saw something in us. We were your only option.
The Traveler explained everything. The only reason I could hear you is because I've eaten so many mushrooms over the years.
Yeah, and Paimon ate a whole bunch during the competition. Paimon's small, so it didn't take as many mushrooms for her to be affected.
And I happen to have a special constitution, which made it easy to hear your voice.
Point being, most people would have to eat a monstrous amount of mushrooms to even hear you over the buzz of a mosquito. So you latched onto us as a group of people who could actually hear your voice. In other words...
You're too weak.
You said your mushrooms need time to grow. Which means you don't have enough power to keep us here.
I may not have my former strength, but keeping a few humans right where I want them is a small task. Unless you think you can take on a creature as vicious and powerful as the Jade-Plume Terrashroom.
I mean, yeah.
Because you definitely can't. Right?
Forget about him.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, if he was telling the truth, we need to get back to the tribe as soon as possible.
Oh, no! You must be bluffing! A few measly humans couldn't possibly be that powerful. And what's this about a war against the Abyss? Hey, I want answers!
Paimon's not gonna waste one more word on this guy. Let's go!
Yeah, get fucked, you stupid mushroom bitch. There's that music I know and love.
What should we do?
Worried? Ha ha ha! Don't be! It's just a few mushrooms. Atoli!
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Did he just do the fucking... Your time to shine, Veressa. Oh, right, Lumine's not voiced yet. Well, Genshin's embracing his anime side a lot more today.
More, please! Guess it's time to dig in!
Yeah, the green mushroom plan doesn't work because everyone just fucking eats them. Yeah.
Stop this at once! Huh?
What a stupid fucking story.
Thanks, everyone. I feel like a whole new
Oh.
And with that, we took care of all the green mushrooms. Now, care to tell me what happened earlier? It was lights out for all three of you.
You explain.
Someone planted a god in Veressa's orchard, and she's been eating it ever since.
Yeah, we know not every god that's still around is super strong, but this one reached a whole new low.
I can't imagine the bar getting any lower than that.
Also, didn't he have his facts all wrong? He kept going on about some kind of Archon War.
Ah, well, Natlan was never part of the Archon War, so it rarely comes up around these parts. It makes sense that you don't know much about it, Veressa.
Whoa, hold on. Are you serious?
Of course. The infighting between the dragons pretty much took over everything. So, there was no room for the gods to join in.
Oh, makes sense.
Yep, that checks out. Living under a rock all those years, Mushroom God wakes up, thinking it's still the Archon War, and tries to use that to convince people to worship him.
Little did he know, our lives are much better now than in the Age of the Dragons.
So what do we do now? It can't be easy to slay a god.
I guess it's back to business as usual. As long as we keep picking the green mushrooms, that god is just a tasty mushroom at the end of the day. Actually, Traveler? Can I borrow you for a minute?
Sure. Are you actually finally full?
Alright, here's good. So, it's not anything super important. I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your encouragement gave me the courage to investigate the green mushrooms and helped me resolve a threat to my tribe. And maybe this sounds weird considering everything, but it was a really awesome adventure. I had fun.
Yeah, me too. It's an adventure I'll remember for a long time.
Oh, why's that?
You got the chance to shine as a hero, and it was all you through and through.
You're right. I never thought my appetite would save the day. It's pretty surreal. But it's like you said. All it takes is a little patience and perseverance, and my time will come. If I start to doubt myself in the future, all I need to do is think of this experience and everything I've learned along the way.
Yep, you got this.
Hey, you two! Akata was saying that since a scholar from Sumeru warned the tribe about the mushrooms, someone there must know about the mushroom god. Should we go check it out? Couldn't hurt to get more information.
Oh, good point. But if we're heading to the academia...
Yeah, let's just drag Veressa all the way over the fucking Sumeru.
Right. And it's not a quick trip. We have to cross the whole desert.
Why don't we just ask the Adventurers Guild? Who knows, maybe there's a Sumeru score in Natlan now.
Good idea. Let's check it out.
Yeah, we can't just casually drag her across the country. After hearing the story, Catherine heads to the speaker's chamber to check if there are any scholars in the area.
Oh, Catherine's back! And is it...
Tainari!
Word from the speaker's chamber was that an Omerta scholar happened to be conducting research in the area. So they helped me to get in touch.
Oh, it's been a while, you two. So, you're the ones looking for the Sage Lords of Fungi?
Yep, you're an expert, so you must know all about him, right?
Of course. To those in the Amrut or Darshan, his case is well known past the ecological history. His power is tied to his number of clones, so at one point he possessed a truly fearsome form, but as his clones diminished in number, he got smaller and smaller, until he couldn't hold on to physical form at all. And so he became impossible to track. Scholars could only keep tabs on him by monitoring what remains of his clones. Now, I'm learning his true form fled to Natlan?
Yeah, the mushrooms started popping up in our orchard not too long ago.
Well, from what I've heard, he has very few clones right now, so there's nothing to worry about. Feel free to use the mushrooms you see fit. They really are delicious. Of course, in the interest of research, I'd prefer to send a few scholars from my darshan to monitor the situation every so often. What do you say? I wanted to get your permission before submitting a formal request to the Speaker's Chamber.
Of course. You're welcome anytime. That's a huge help, actually. I wanted to ask, though. You said what remains of his clones? Does that mean there are clones outside of Natlan? Even now?
Oh, yeah, there's a huge one beneath the chasm.
Samaran?
You know that name?
Yeah, Paimon calls it Sheesh Room.
Shut the fuck up, Paimon!
Way more impressive than the puny Sage Lord.
Sheesh! Fuck off, Paimon. It took a long time for Samaran to grow into this form. Luckily, Samaran isn't a green-capped mushroom, so there's no danger to us. And I believe its mind has been separated from the mushroom god for a very long time. I doubt there's a connection between them anymore.
We should go see Samaran one of these days.
Ooh, I'll come. It'll be nice to interact with a friendly mushroom for once.
Friendly is right. It's definitely not for eating.
I would never.
That was a fun, silly quest. Oh, there's Veressa. You're right, I never thought my appetite would save the day. What a silly, fun, but silly ass fucking quest. God, I have 11 of these fucking things. Well, it'll be 12 once I max out, like, the area and clear it out. Which I think is Is it enough? I think it's enough to max out one whole character with this. So maybe a character will use this later. You just have to have 100% fucking Natlan to do it. I wonder what they'll use it for. Because it is a character growth material. It does have to be used for a boss eventually. Or not a boss, a character. But that was a very fun, silly quest. I love Veressa. She's adorable. If I go... I doubt it, but if I go down here, is there anything down here to interact with now we've done that quest? I'm going to assume no. Is it this mushroom then? Hang on. So I haven't been in the chasm for fucking ever. It'll be the last thing we do before we wrap up, because my throat is very tired. This mushroom.
Let's ride. Off we go.
Yes. About the Sage Lords of Fungi. Okay. You speak a name shrouded in the mist of the past, wise one. It was our progenitor, abandoning in might, yet more bereft of wisdom than even the four-legged. In your two-legged speech, Jamawan would call it my foolish father. Well, at least that rating is easy to understand. We have no business with one another for many long years. Indeed, I've almost forgotten that name. I cannot tell any further interesting tales concerning it. Your visit, however, sparked such interest. But then, how does it fare? Worse than you, for sure. And that as well. Okay, that's appreciated that you could actually get a little bit more flavour out of it. Right, but my throat is a little shot. There you are. Special recipe and a special thing for the teapot. Okay. I had a great time, but I'm going to wrap it there because my throat is like super tired. So I might be streaming tomorrow as well, and potentially even Friday, but we'll see how it goes. But until then, thank you for watching this 5-hour slapper. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely helps the channel grow. Additionally, you can find my BlueSky and Patreon in the description of every single video. For those keeping up, I'm not going to be streaming more Genshin for this patch, so we will meet again in the next patch, which is kind of interesting. It's supposedly, according to leaks, going to have a weekly boss in Mondstadt, so we'll see what that entails when we get to it. But until then, you guys take care now. Peace.